backyard, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I've got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I've got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I've got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I've got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. When the voices in my head go, that's when I know I am free. Let my heart decide the outcome. Put all your faith and trust in me. Put your hands together through the love I never knew before. I never knew. And the world stops turning, let our love keep burning evermore. Our love forevermore. Yeah. Oh no no. All right, all right. Oh. When the voices in my head go, that's when I know I am free. Let my heart decide the outcome. Put all your faith and trust in me. Put your hands together through the love I never knew before. Show me the way. And if the world stops turning, let our love keep burning evermore. Hold my hand, our love forevermore. Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Is it that hard to call me back? After you said you call me back, passive aggressive. No, I hate when you call me that. You don't get the message. Playing these games while you texting. Same thing you do with your exes. If I love you where you love me, you would question me, yeah. At times I hold it back and give you less of me, yeah. Do you love me? Do you me for real? Shawty, keep it real. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, yeah. It seems I want you more. I want you more than you. You want me. I need you more. I need you more than you. You need me. I want you more. I want you more than you. You want me. It seems I need you more. I need you more than you. You need me. Oh yeah.
You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want. Who are you? Tell me your secrets and let us talk about it. I know what you need. Come on, let me show you, babe. Let us dream about it. Your hands would feel so good on me. I'm falling for that fantasy. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. You got that something that all the girls want, all the girls want, all the girls want. Give me that something that all the girls want.
That's how you turn up, and that's how you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. Turn it up and turn up, and that's how you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. Turn it up and turn up, and that's how you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. Turn it up and turn up, and that's how you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. Turn it up and turn up, and that's how you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. Turn it up and turn up, and that's how you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. Turn it up and turn up, and that's how you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. Turn it up and turn up, and that's how you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. Turn it up and turn up, and that's how you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. Turn it up and turn up, and that's how you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. Turn it up and turn up, and that's how you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. Turn it up and turn up, and that's how you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. Turn it up and turn up, and that's how you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. Turn it up and turn up, and that's how you turn We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh? We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh? We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh? We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh? Your mata, eh? Your mata,
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play. Don't compete. Stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Wait and see.
And welcome to the grand finals of Game Changers EMEA. We are just one best of 5 away from finding out who will be joining G2 Gozen in Sao Paulo for champs. I'm your host Yingsu, and joining me on this one final desk today for EMEA in 2023 is Kakuka and Ender. Guys, I cannot believe this is the last day we're gonna get, but more importantly, Kakuka, we're gonna get Ascend versus BBL.
It's so crazy that we're gonna get a new winner. All of the year comes down to this final match between two of the teams that we have talked about so much.
It's going to be so great. Like yesterday, we finally had Ascend breaking the third place curse, 2 third-place finishes. Now they have a chance not just to be in the finals, but to win the whole thing and make it to Sao Paulo.
I mean, let's talk about yesterday because they very nearly didn't break that third place because, yeah, they went to map 5.
Yeah, it was crazy, right? But it looked like it was going to be over in 4, right? They dominate on Bind and Fracture after having a difficult opening to this map on Split. It really was Falcons coming out looking very strong. But then on Bind, it was lights out. Yeah, Kakuka couldn't believe it. My face just fell apart. I don't know. Jelena was on another level all day, and it's what we expect now, but it's still shocking what she can do in the server every time.
It's crazy, the individual performances that we saw from both teams. You know, Falcons coming in from contenders, this MENA team with this huge achievement of finishing up on 3rd place. And as we said, we've managed to get to that final map where I saw the kind of ascent that we need to see today if they want to make it to Brazil. Everything was so tied up. A lot of multi-kills. I think everybody was expecting some kind of a different taste for yesterday, but I think it sums up the stakes that we have been living through the entirety of this stage 3. And honestly, I'm very happy with the performances that we saw from Falcons.
Yeah, me too, as well, the fact that they managed to make it 3rd place. But if you look at the bracket, the differences in the journeys is so fascinating. BBL, they go all the way through the upper bracket. You know, they only play 2 best of 3s. Meanwhile, Kakuka, Ascend, they dropped really early on, but then they looked great ever since.
Yeah, exactly. So they had the advantage of, after topping their group, they get to skip that first game. So as you're saying, BBL is coming to this best of 5 with barely any experiences on playoffs, okay? Of course, they had to go through group stage, and actually with very, very good results. On the other side, Ascend has been through hell and further, and now that they've come to get here, I think that the pressure is off them.
Yeah, and let's not forget that huge win against G2. I think I'm still surprised by that. Not only just beating G2, but doing it 2-0 with those 2 insane comebacks. It's felt like the whole way through, Ascend have had to fight tooth and nail. So many close maps, so many close series, and now they're here in the finals against a BBL that's just been coasting the whole way.
I mean, that's the thing, right? They managed to fight their way here, so this best of 5 could potentially be one of the best we've ever seen here in EMEA Game Changers. But before we get into all of that, Christy, you were the undisputed king of the Game Changers games, not the Valorant side of things, yesterday, and I felt a little bit jealous there.
Great.
I felt
what
a
are we
bit
doing?
jealous. I want to get involved. So, Kakuka, I believe that you have something in store for us, and you're going to get a chance right today.
Since I cannot win against Ender because of, you know, I just can't. I've actually decided that we are going to be playing a game, and I'm going to see if you, Yinsu, can actually win against Ender. So this game is very simple. Please chat play with us because I'm sure that you're going to get this right. Very simple. 2 truths, 1 lie. There's going to be 3 statements. 2 of them are going to be versatile. The last one is going to be false. So we have 3 subjects. Sue, ladies first. Pick a subject, please.
Oh, I'm not a lover of stats, and I don't win a lot. So I am a fan. I consider myself a fan. So I will go recap fan, please.
Recap fan. Okay, production, can we please get the 3 statements from the recap? Okay, number 1. Madvi played 5 different agents during yesterday's lower bracket final. Schnell partook in more first duels than Sandra yesterday. And Jolina ended up with a plus 31 in overall kills yesterday.
Okay, Chanel definitely partook in a lot of
Don't help Ender. Don't help
but
Ender.
you're right.
Oh wait,
you're right.
is this for me?
Because you both are going to be choosing, and you know whoever gets it right. You can both.
Yeah, but I don't want to
one.
sit here in silence though, because I want to be able to give you my thoughts.
Yeah, it's almost like
otherwise we're just
teamwork.
sitting here in silence.
Yeah, it's definitely between 1 and 3. We both agree on that.
Yeah, I think the 1 is throwing me off because obviously the Yoru came in, so that adds on to the Sky, the KO, the Yoru.
I don't even remember the 5 maps we played yesterday.
I do. And Jolina ending up with a plus 31 is also like really plausible. That's not that crazy for her. You know what I mean? Maybe we have to work together. I say we work together because then we can actually give our thought process.
Okay, my theory is that Madvi didn't actually play 5 different agents.
Me too.
Yeah.
I feel like it was 4.
I also think it was 4, but I honestly don't remember. All I remember is the Yoru, the Breach, I guess, on Fracture.
Yeah. There was the Ascent that came in as
KO,
well, and Bind.
Yeah, KO.
I think
Come on, guys, I need an answer.
I'm down for one. I'm down for one. Yeah. We're working together now.
And you are
wrong.
Oh,
I'm sure Jolina was plus 32.
Started the second one so quickly, but actually it was whooping 39 to 34 in first duels. I'm sorry, guys.
Wow.
I'm sorry. Yep, Madvi did play 5 different agents. It's unreal.
I mean, I know she can,
but
but
talking about flexibility for so long.
No, I know she can, but I thought it was 4 instead of 5. I thought that was a red herring.
Yeah.
That was my only.
You know, I like
Okay.
doing things complicated. It feels like this is you guys against me. I'll take that. I'll take that. Okay, Ender.
You know the answers. You made.
Of course, I made the game.
Let's do winning GC.
Okay.
That's the big one. Let's do it.
Winning game changers. Okay, topic number 3. Okay, BBL Queens will be the first team winning a game changers in which all players are from the same country.
Incorrect.
Only
10
18
star. They were all
players.
French.
Only 18 players have ever won a game changers in EMEA. And Sarah and Mary have the same amount of regional titles with
One's a
G2
lie.
Gosen.
One's a lie. One's a lie. 10 star 100% had a French team. One has to be a lie, right?
So-
because 10 star were
Ender,
the
what is your
French
thought
team.
process?
Well, yeah, well, because also like 18 players, that sounds right to me. Because we've only had 3 different teams, but
Yeah.
G2 have won with 6 different players, 7 different
Wait,
players.
They won with Zaz. They won.
Yeah,
with
so it's-
Mary,
yeah.
They won with Sarah.
And Sarah, yeah.
They
So those are the
won-
bonus 3 players.
Wait, did they win with Anya or did they win with Victoria? Because that was.
Or wait,
also-
no, they
were
didn't win
also
with
on
Sarah.
G2.
They didn't win with Sarah because they lost to Guild, right?
No, they did win with Sarah. They won the last 2.
We didn't answer.
Oh my
guys.
god, I'm convinced
It's
one
one,
is a
it's
lie.
one,
because,
it's one, it's one.
Because
Yeah, yeah,
10
yeah.
star were French. 10
And
star were
you
French.
are both correct, actually.
nice.
Of course. Yinsu, you are 100% right. I know that your memory is, one of your best attributes. And yes, 10 Star was a full French team. Now, since this is 1-1, we need to go to the stats to actually break this tie and see if you can win against me. So, 1, the player with the highest ACS and ADR of playoffs is no longer in them.
That's
no longer in
probably true.
playoffs.
That's probably true.
The second one is the player with the highest KD and KPR of playoffs is still in playoffs.
Oh my
And
god.
third one, there is only one player that hasn't been part of any clutches during playoffs. Just Angels.
I hate stats. I hate stats.
Do not lie.
These are awful.
They do not.
This is the
lie.
worst category.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Christy. I don't think the highest ACS and ADR playoffs is still here, just because the teams have played 5 maps and so on. You know, like
Yep.
there's been a.
It's
lot
usually
of
like a group stage farmer that has the biggest ACS.
So which one is the lie?
One.
No, one
Chat,
is true.
what are you
One
getting?
is true.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, so 2. 2 is the lie. Yeah. 2 is the lie.
I don't know. I feel like 3. I'm gonna mix it up. I'll go 3.
Oh my
you go
God.
2.
Okay, I'm gonna go 2.
Okay, so Sue goes 2, Ender goes 3, and Sue, you are wrong.
Oh.
And Ender is right. Everybody has at least partook in one of the clutches. So congratulations, Ender. It looks like you've won. Sue,
No,
you're-
he
you're
hasn't.
second
It was a
number.
tie. It
No.
was
So
a
he wins
tie.
again. So undisputed, I guess.
Oh, for the
You're
love
winner.
of God. What else is
See, I
new? I'm
threw you
so
at the
sick of
end.
this.
I was like, I'm
I
on
am
your team
so
because I
sick of
needed
this.
your help on number 2. And then I
Ayo,
just
guys,
dumped
So,
it.
just
Let's
like
not-
any other man, he just used you.
Let's not bring Ender back for the next game changers. I vote for that. Let's vote for that. But let's talk about the most important game we are going to see today. It is a best of 5, and in my opinion, Kakuka probably has the potential to be one of the greatest grand finals we ever see.
Yeah, exactly, because for such a long time, we got a little bit tired of always seeing G2 taking on another team. One of them was actually BBL earlier this year for Ascend. We've been talking about it, always finishing on that 3rd place. It really is the story of how hard work pays off and how, they're escalating now that they didn't make any changes this stage. But we can say that both of these teams really deserve winning today.
Yeah, you have the consistency of Ascend throughout the year, 2 third-place finishes now breaking through. And then you have a BBL that was so strong at the start with those BO3 upsets versus G2 that didn't deliver on the promise, is finally here. G2 out of the picture. It's theirs to take.
Yeah, this is the thing. We're going to have a new champion here in EMEA, no matter what, because neither BBL or Ascend have ever been able to take this title. In fact, only 3 teams in the history of Game Changers has. So this Ender has got to be one of the best opportunities for both of these teams. It's now or never.
Yeah, BBL better be thanking Ascend for knocking G2 out of the bracket. None of those lower bracket runs, turning it around at the very end. It's also surprising to see a team without the letter G succeeding. It's been a long time since a team that didn't start with G won a final.
Well, actually, in fairness, if you think about it and think about BBL chances of making it to Brazil, it would have been better for them if G2 would have made it to finals, and then they can just, you know, whatever happens, they're both qualified, you know? We could have had such a boring final, because that would mean that they're also one step, you know, ahead of Ascent, so in points they will go, and also by winning. But, you know, we're not about that boring process. We need a winner.
I agree. So as you guys know, whoever wins this match, they'll get the title, they'll get the accolade of winning EMEA, but more importantly, they will go alongside G2 Gozen to Brazil as the #1 EMEA seed. I think that's absolutely crazy, and that not only do they get to go to Brazil, but they'll be the #1 seed.
Yeah, it's history repeating itself just a little bit here. And I think everyone is going to sort of look at this with the winner, and so be like, oh, you know, someone that didn't dominate all year, you've got a V1 out of NA. But let's not forget what happened last year. C9 White was in a very similar position, and EMEA came out strong. So both our teams, I think, are gonna have a really good shot going to the international.
They didn't even make it to finals, did they? You know, it was all about the upset for EMEA. This is the T. Last year we had Guild always battling up against G2, but this one, since it has been more even, BBL and Ascent are on the same position.
Well, we know how important this grand final is, but let's hear from one of the players themselves and hear what BBL's Felipa had to say. I am now joined by Felipa from BBL Queens. Hello, Felipa. Welcome back to the stream. Now, this is your second grand final this year, which is very, very exciting. How are you feeling? Is it feeling like the same time as the last time you were in a grand final, or maybe things are different this time?
We're more comfortable this time. Like, it's been 3 times that we are undefeatable in group stage, and it makes us feel more confident.
Are you more confident going up against an opponent, you know, Ascend, that you don't play that often? You know, you guys have always kind of dodged each other because you're both very good at the group stage. So how are you feeling about that?
I guess we faced them only once on second Game Changers on group stage. We don't really know, like, it doesn't matter who we play against, but we do respect all our opponents, and it's good to get, like, it's more exciting, like either us or they are gonna go to Brazil, and I'm sure we're gonna make it, but it's more exciting for viewers as well.
I agree. I think it's very, very exciting for us to be able to watch you. In terms of the confidence that you were speaking about, you as a team are very fast and very explosive. And I think your opponents so far maybe find it difficult to counter your play style. So do you think being able to be this fast and explosive against Ascend will be a big advantage for you?
As I said, doesn't matter who our opponent is. It's such an advantage since we know when to slow it down, and also I'm comfortable playing any agent. So either it's Raze or it's Initiator. As a second caller, it's easy to control initiatives.
Yeah, that is true. It feels like you guys are always very on the same page. You always either go in together or you wait, and you kind of have a very, very good game plan. Speaking of advantages, you have 2 bans today. You've been here before. Last time you also had 2 bans. It didn't work out too well. So do you think your plan is still the same? Are you planning to ban things that you feel like they're good at, or maybe something that you're weak at?
Like, somehow things didn't go the way we wanted last time. But it's all an experience, and we don't really care, and we kept on our own way. We worked even harder and are ready for championship now.
That's great to hear. Thank you for giving me that insight. Also, I wanted to say your teammate, Wens, she has not played very many competitive games, you know. She's already in a grand final. It feels kind of crazy. So is there anything that you have been doing to maybe make her feel more comfortable? Because it does feel like a very scary, high-pressure situation for a newer player to be in.
First of all, Vance is my roommate on Gaming House, and we had a lot of talk together. Shared our thoughts. Whenever she gets anxious, we are here to make her feel good. There's no pressure on her just because she was our sub. She attended every practice of us, and we spent lots of time playing the game together, and we 100% trust on her.
Yeah, she won lots of 1v3s, 1v4s.
Yeah.
It was kind of crazy last time. And yeah, and very, very quickly, last question. I know your mum is going to be watching this grand final today, and lots of Turkish fans too. So is there anything you would like to say to everybody that's supporting you?
First of all, I want to remind that I want to dedicate our championship, I hope we will get it, dedicate to Gizem Harmankaya, also known as Louis. We are never going to forget her. I'm sending my love to all our supporters, also my mom, of course. She loves you so much. Yeah, that's all.
I love her too. I love her too. That's a really beautiful message, Felipe. Thank you so much for the interview, and honestly, good luck today. You've got this.
Thank you so much.
Very, very hard to root against BBL today, I feel like. But I want to quickly talk about the advantages of those two bans, because, like I said, we've been here before. Didn't quite work out for them last time. But Ender, looking at their map pool, looking at the choices they've gone towards, and also what Ascend has been weak at, how big of an advantage do you think it will be for BBL today?
I mean, I just think it's always a huge advantage, unless you're playing against a team that just plays every map. And Ascend, I think you can sort of target a few things, primarily because BBL don't really play Fracture and Bind. They've only actually played them once throughout this stage of Game Changers. And usually that's like first phase ban is going to be a Bind ban. Second phase, if it's open, would be a Fracture. So that's sort of where I see things going for them today. As you can see, Ascend's 50% win rate is bigger than a 0% win rate on Fracture. So the math just holds up.
You're very good at
That's
math.
my evidence.
Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I do have to say that the numbers are a little bit deceiving because of the context that Ender also gave. It's the fact that even though they have 100% in some of the maps, they've barely played them because of the flawless performance, well, almost flawless performance that they've had. So it's not only that they're coming in with 2 bans, it's also the fact that they haven't found defeat in many of them.
Yeah, they haven't dropped a lot of maps, have they? Just in general. But let's talk about the maps for today. I do have the vetoes ready for us to take a look at. Fracture has been taken out instantaneously, as you both alluded to. There, they are going to get 1 more ban, and then they also get the first pick as well. Kukuka Bind is also gone.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm kind of sad because, you know, I would have liked to see Bind. I've missed the map so much, but really looking forward to what they do with this first pick. Is it going to be Ascent? Is it going to be Haven, another map that they've had a lot of... Okay, it's going to be Haven. We've talked about how this is probably their biggest home round besides Ascent. 2 maps where they feel incredibly comfortable at, but I don't think it's a bad map at all for Ascent. If we need a warm-up map, I think that Haven is a very good take for this.
Yeah, that's a nice place to start, to be fair. I think my biggest concern in this map pool is that you have to win maps early on because Pearl is getting floated towards later. It seems either 3rd through 5th. That is a map this team hasn't played. Like, Ascend as an organization only have 1 play on Pearl, and it was last year, like 13 months ago. So unless they've got something cooked up, I think that's almost an auto win going over to BBL. So that's going to be really unfortunate, especially if that ends up being the decider. Ascend are going to have to win that early.
Oh my goodness. Are you guys surprised that BBL have left Pearl so late on? I mean, for Ascend, surely, Kukuka, they're happy that Pearl is not coming up earlier.
So here's the thing, right? So as Ender was saying, Ascend hasn't really played this map. We know what happened, for example, with G2 last year. Oh, they don't play Pearl, they don't play Pearl. Boom, they play the Pearl and they smash you. They have some crazy comp that probably, we don't know if they cooked it last minute, if they cooked it last week, but it's definitely there. And it's something that they have respected. We also know what happened with Gambit and Haven in a couple of years ago. So I think it is something that they respect a lot. And if it gets to map 5, I think that it's going to get crazy.
Yeah, the thing is, though, like with G2 Ghost, like there was a history with that team being very good on Pearl previously. So like I just don't see that being the reality in today's series, right? Ascend have no plays on that map. And honestly, like a lot of teams will just like not scrim the 7th map because it's just their permaban every single time. And that doesn't get exposed until you get to the best of 5s and you're approaching from the loser's bracket. That is a major disadvantage in the deciding match. They have to close this out in 4 or else I can't in good faith vote for them.
Ooh, I mean, I think it might go both ways, like you said, Kakuka. Sometimes they have a pocket pick, so we'll never know. But we've heard from Felipe already. Let's hear from someone on Ascend. This is what Coach Asker had to say about this grand final. That's right, I am joined by Ascend Rising's coach, Asker. Hello, Asker, welcome back to the show once again. First of all, it is you and your players' first grand final here for Ascend. I think it's been a long time of you waiting to reach here. How does it feel to finally get here? Did you manage to get enough rest? You know, how's the preparation going for this game?
It feels amazing, honestly, because also it's like the way we got here, right? It's like through the lower bracket, losing a game that we didn't expect to lose, but then like bouncing back. I feel like it feels like better than just probably coming through the upper bracket and that's it. I feel like we kind of have to grind it. So yeah, it feels really good. And about preparation, I think we are in a really good spot in terms of preparation. Like it's completely on us. That's the feeling. Like it's not even about preparation. It's like how we perform today. Like if we are energetic, if we have good comms, if we have good attitude, if we play like a team like we did yesterday in the maps, especially in the maps we won, because we kind of struggled a little bit in split and on Lotus on attack. But overall, if we play like yesterday on Ascent, for example, like that was like probably the best map we played until like during these playoffs in terms of comms, environment, etc.
Oh, you mean the final map? You felt like that was the best map?
One of the best.
That's really surprising to hear because I think normally map 5 can be really chaotic. You know, the comms are not on point. You're tired as well. You play for so long. So what is it about your players that you felt like made us so good?
Honestly, I think the team right now is like really balanced in terms of like we have like a really energetic person that is speed. Lada is yelling really well and also like having that role as a captain. Like she's really like a leader right now in the team. And then Yolina, Amy, and Janelle are kind of like in a perfect balance. You know, like just communicating when it's needed. And when it's not, they are able to just not be that proactive with the communications. So we have a really good balance, and I think that game, when we play more games, we understand better how to play with that balance. You know, like what really works for us. So I think that was really important. I think like when we played the fifth map, it was like okay. We know what was working in terms of comms during the maps we won. We also know what was wrong during like the rounds we lost. So I think like they just this. I think they were also surprised by how they played. Honestly, like Yolina was like after the game was like I couldn't believe we just came back that easily just from the beginning. Like we just lost the map, we instantly joined the next map. Super focused. Like nobody was actually. Nobody could believe that after the game. It was like, wow, like we just did it, and it was like I don't know, it just happened.
That is really great to hear because, as you know, I think in the past one of the reasons why Ascend never managed to make a final is at those moments. You know, maybe you're not there anymore. Maybe there's no solutions, but it feels like this is the perfect time for you guys to reach a point where there are solutions. But my question is, some of your players have said this already. If you have a good start, if the momentum is with you, it almost feels easy for you. Like, oh yeah, you know, we win the pistol, we win the bonus, the map is done. You know, your opponents don't have a way to get back into this. But BBL, I feel like they're quite similar, right? If they get the momentum, if they get a nice start, they just cannot be stopped. So how important do you think it will be today to win, you know, maps 1 and 2? Do you feel like that's going to be the difference between winning the whole series, maybe?
I'm not sure about maps because I think at least us, we are like really good resetting. Like for example, yesterday we lost the split, sitting 8. We weren't like really feeling like having good feelings during the map. After that combined, we just came back easily. So I think it's more about how we start the map, how are we going to start the maps. But if we lose one map, it's going to be fine the next one, or it should be fine the next one. It depends on how it starts. I feel like winning pistols, yeah, is super important. winning pistols are also not losing the anti-eco. It will help, I think, like against G2. But yeah, overall, I think it's just more about momentum during the map. But I think both teams are going to be able to reset between maps.
I cannot wait to see what we're going to get in this grand final. Thank you so much for your time, Asker, and best of luck today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well, Ascend, they reached that sweet spot, haven't they? They know exactly what to do mentally, strategically as well. But when it comes to the strategies, Ender, there is a bit of a stylistic difference between Ascend and BBL.
Oh, 100%. And you'll see it from the very start of the round, because Ascend, who you're seeing on your screen right now, is a team that plays much more controlled early rounds, I feel, on both sides. You know, attack a lot of the time, it'll be more of a default setup where they challenge into mid or they hold to see if there's going to be any defender-sided aggression. Whereas BBL just fly at you. Alkia is just this like heat-seeking missile that they send in that wants to take fights as early as possible. On defense, you'll see her go for really aggressive fights into mains, into mid, anything she can do, especially when she's on the jet. So I really see this matchup being a world where if Ascent can't stall that out from Alkia, they could get rolled over, but if they are able to contain that early pressure, that's when the match is going to be really, really close in the later rounds.
It's so important also that we haven't seen this clash before, you know, one time in group stage, but this is two teams that we have talked about so much, always in playoffs, so never facing off against each other. We don't really know how this is going to play out. Aska was talking about, you know, that balance, being everyone on the same page. That is something that they need for today. He was also talking about how Ascent was a very good map for them, and he feels like they were playing very good. That map, they started on the attack and they were explosive, just like BBL does. Now, if they can give us the best of both worlds, they could take on BBL.
You can't outdo the doer though, can you? You can't be more explosive than BBL. I feel like that's going to be an interesting matchup. But also, all of these players, you know, they all have very good synergy right now. But the clutches is what I'm looking at, because Kakuka, every single time one of these players is in a 1v3, funny enough, against Falcons of all teams, they always win. I don't know how, but they do.
Yeah, yesterday, so many of the situations came down to individual performance, getting, you know, surprising kills from Spidoka or getting Schnell having an ace on this round. It's a lot of that individual play that they can also rely on, but we don't want them to be seen like this, you know, to be just winning the duels, just taking individual fights and coming on top. It's great if they can do it, but we know that Ascent it's capable.
I mean, honestly, I see this match being so much about the late round clutches though, because like you have Wenz on the side of BBL that pulled off these insane 1v4s, Vanya too. It's a really interesting matchup, I think, because for both teams, their controller and their sentinel players are insanely skilled, both at anchoring sites and also just knowing how to play those late round moments. You'll see like a player like Jelena, right? Whenever she's in a 1 versus 2, there's no one crisper in EMEA GC on those transfers, right? You could instantly try to trade her out. Absolutely not. Jelena's going to be able to win that fight. So when I talked earlier about the sort of different pace of the teams in the early round, if we get into late round moments, that's where this is going to be anyone's game. Ascend need to neutralize early, because when they unlock Jelena and Amy in a late round, it's going to be real tough to beat those two players.
And especially after the performance that Jelena had yesterday, time after time, saving the team, perfect utility, even on maps that they weren't winning. If you add up to the value that Amy gives, not only when they're anchoring those sites, but also when she's on the lurk, when she's catching out people unexpected, I think that the value for the players in Ascent is so high.
I'm glad you mentioned the controller players, because I truly believe Vanya is the IGL smokes player to end all IGL smokes players. And honestly, Angel wishes that his TPs look like Vanya's TPs. I'm telling you right now. And Kakuka, she has literally, I feel like she has the impact to turn any losable situation into a winnable one.
Oh yeah, exactly. You're watching is the 3v1. Oh, it's Vanya. You know, it's completely winnable. Never seen her lose this. Remember the game when I was telling you that the player with the highest KD and kill per round is still on this competition? It is Vanya. And it's Mrs.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Oh
it's the value that she gets every time that she's alive, because if she's the last one alive, it's like, you know, 5 other players are still on the server. You have to be on the lookout for this girl coming to win the round.
Honestly, like Vanya, to me, might be like the most impressive player of the entire year in EMEA GC. Like there's a lot of other really great names up there, but Vanya, from her ability to lead in server and also just putting up ridiculous performances time and time, that consistency for her has been absolutely phenomenal, which makes this matchup really interesting because, well, Vanya has been having the year of her life, Jolina has been having the tournament of her life, and she is right there on par, just underneath, with a chance to push her out here today.
Yeah, the head-to-head is going to be really, really interesting. But if we look at BBL, you know, as a whole, their journey of their year so far, Ender, it could have been the perfect year if Stage 2 was a little bit more consistent. But nevertheless, this is one of those teams I will be more than happy to represent us at the global land. Oh,
100%. This is a team that has proven the ability to punch up, right? Whether it's at the start of the year taking down G2 multiple times, you know, the second final performance now here as well. This is a team that you can have a lot of faith in. But I would honestly say the same about Ascend. Like BBL, while they've had higher highs, had that stage 2 where it was a big dip. So there's that consistency argument. Ascend have been rock solid all year long. Third, now second at worst, and first place is definitely a possibility for them.
Yeah, not only that, BBL making the change, not having Raika in. Some people were, you know, doubting a little bit how this was going to affect the team, the performance, and the overall. You said it during the interview, Sue. It's not a player that has a lot of experience. What is it, like 14 officials in Game Changers? That is like close to nothing. Up to this day, and most of them, let's say 90%, were on this tournament. The synergy that we have seen within the roster, like with her in it, I think it's brilliant and definitely a very good contender for Brazil already.
I mean, this is the crazy thing. If we take a look at the map, Vito, once again, all the maps we're going to be going to today, starting with Haven. Wenz has barely played this map in the grand scheme of things in her competitive career. But Alkia is someone I want to look towards here at Ender, because Alkia, we spoke a little bit about the way that she makes space, the way she's so gutsy in the first duels as well. She is just one of those players I feel like opens up the entire map for BBL within the first 3 seconds of the entire round.
And you know, look, we're looking at Ascent right now, but I think Haven, a lot of the same principles apply, almost even more, because it's such a compact map. You're going to see Alkia unleashed defensively, especially, whether it's those mid walkouts to take a fight, or whether it's just taking a long control repeatedly, looking to activate quick flanks. Alkia is going to be in your face fast, and if Ascent can't deal with that, Alkia is just going to destroy you.
Yeah, BBL, they know their win conditions, but with that all said, let's take a look at the agent select for Haven and see what we're going to get. I highly doubt, Kakuka, that we're going to see anything too crazy. It's the grand final. There we go.
No. And both of these teams have to be at the best of their performance. As we said, all of the year comes down to this best of 5. If you have something that you have been training, it's the moment to, you know, just use it. For BBL Queens especially, they decided to start off this best of 5 in which they have the advantage going for this map. So, you know, I don't think they wanted to change anything, but you know, this is the way that the map has been played for too long. Maybe some changes.
Yeah, it's how you go. Like, unless you're seeing the Viper stuff that you want to like flood out and play fast retake.
I love
this
Viper
is the way that these comps are all about fighting and all about setting up the jet, right? You have Paranoia, you have Fault Line, you have double flashes on the breach. Just activate your jet to go ballistic. This is the chance, and Alkia is definitely the player we've got our eyes on.
Well, this is it, you guys. It's time for us to jump into game and for me to introduce your casters for this grand final. Give a nice little welcome to Mitchman and Ash. Mash! Hey!
Wow, Yinsu. Wow. You can always rely on you for the naming rights. We'll make sure to get that one copywritten before end of day. Ash, what an incredible matchup we've got here. BBL undefeated this season, Ascend in their first grand final with a lot of pressure on their back. How are you feeling about today's matchup?
I'm stoked, but we got to get straight into this matchup. So coming up next is Haven.
Off BO5 starting on Haven, and well, it's fair to say in the veto a slight advantage to BBL taking those 2 bans. The surprise here for me, Ash, the fact that they left Pearl all the way to the end, but for Ascend, like Ender said, that means they pretty much have to win this in the first 4.
Yeah, a little bit of a safety net there for sure at the end there for Pearl being that decider, but like you mentioned, for Ascend, it's going to be really imperative that they can find success on these first few maps, especially here on Haven. It's been such a strong one for both of these teams. An A split already incoming, and BBL with a read with a quick rotation.
Yeah, they've got a lot here, and some decent stopping utility as well. Philippa has that stun ready. Aftershock already deployed, slowing down the short push, but actually they burst through, and it's Amy to find 2 opening doors with Ascend flooding the site. The control is well and truly theirs. The map might be BBL's pick, but it started with the victory for Ascend, unless Wenz, the substitute of the squad, the 6th player, a long-time 6th player, sitting in on all those pracs, learning the strats. Well, now she's out on her own, and it ends with a 5-player advantage for Ascend. What a fantastic start to the pistol.
Yeah, flawless round here for Ascend to kick things off on this map, but Wenz, the fact that she's just been showing up the entirety of this tournament just tells you the dedication that she had when she was a sub before being moved over to the main roster. Such a green player at that the analyst desk was talking about as well in her rookie year here within Valorant, and just to be able to take it to the grand finals level in the first full tournament that she's playing with this team is a feat in and of itself.
Oh, it absolutely is. Yeah, I mean, the fact that Wenz has been on that roster for so long, obviously there's advantages to it when you're learning how the team works, that it won't be that difficult to slot them back in after. Now you can see this initial duel is, well, it's going to be a little disadvantageous for the likes of BBL. Everything relying on just the numbers advantages in winning those duels, and of course that won't happen. So it is 2-0, and again, very dominant round coming in from the side of Ascend. 2-0, money aplenty, and effectively a full buy in the 3rd round.
Yeah, really strong bonus coming through because Jolina saved onto one of those pistols, I believe, and then is able to now buy up into a rifle on top of that. So when we're also looking at the alt economy, nothing too much scaling up right now for Ascend. The rounds have been pretty quick and leaning heavily towards that A side. They've really only been pressuring for that long orb, not really looking to do that shopping around the map. The worry here, though, Ava already stunned up. Solo with the dark cover here, she doesn't have any information to go off of.
Well, that flash gives it away. Able to fall back in towards short. You know, really isolated position. They might want to try find that weapon on the side of Ascend. They certainly know where it is. The smoke obscuring vision for a moment, dancing through it, reuniting with Alkia on the backside. Actually gives BBL a spot to play for the retake. They don't have to make a move anymore, and it's Ascend that not only need the spike plant, but they need to avoid all this utility of paranoia, the double, triple swings coming in around the back of the site. And it's BBL commanding a dominant score over this round with just Amy left and not a whole lot of hope on this. They know exactly where she is. The drone just to double down on it, get the reveal, and everyone swings. Beautiful stuff.
A very clean round there for BBL, especially considering the fact that Ascend had such a strong bonus going into it to really take it head to head. They just clean things up, and that immediate pressure is what BBL really excel at. The fact that even on those retakes, they're so explosive when they have that timing down, and Ascend had no opportunity to get comfortable in this particular round.
No, you can see them trying. I think maybe a little bit too late in reacting to the player on short, but the smoke just so perfectly allowed for Ava to walk back into the site and avoid being crunched on, which 9 times out of 10 is what is going to happen when you're in that position, especially when there's just a couple weaknesses on that other side. They'll often just flood you, but they weren't able to do so. The floodgates up from BBL, and they stand strong in that 3rd round. The 4th, a different kind of challenge. Now full rifles for Ascend and a much, much slower approach to this early round. They faked out short control, but BBL aren't sold because they're stood here clearing it and seeing that there's no more pressure on A. This is where maybe you start to get movement as they look for a flank.
Yeah, a bit of that standstill with the KJs as well there in towards mid, but they're looking for this push now in towards garage. Vanya, the sole player on C. I like that play coming out from her, though, because she does have the opportunity to kind of full stop some sort of push alongside that paranoia.
Well, Wenz is out of there as well. Yeah, again, just fantastic utility, playing off each other really well. BBL have avoided the initial play on A. They've not got caught in trying to rotate to A or make moves too early. Now, the initial duel on A is not ideal for them. It looks like they still want to further push it. And the flash was good, but the conversion not quite there. Again, 1-to-1. Leaving Philippa alone on the site. Quick rotation from Vanya. Now the cavalry's really here. That paranoia has hit, but the smoke blocks them out from capitalizing on it. Again, Ascend in this awkward position where they have a bit of site control, but they're not able to get the spike down. And you're left in a 1v1 with Amy already being seen towards B. There's practically no way. The time is too low. And Vanya has snuck away to another position. It won't be on eliminations, and it won't be on plants. It's time that ends this round and puts BBL neck and neck.
That's the risk, and this is what we kind of saw from Ascend yesterday as well. There were times in their game against Falcons where they were running down the clock to really slim margins, really relying on some of those backstabs from Amy as well, who usually is so impeccable with her timing. But when the team overall in that macro sense is just waiting just to the last few seconds, the 30 to 20 second mark, it gives so much opportunity to those defenders to kind of just continue to play that time and run it down.
That's been well handled by the defensive side so far. The reactions have been good. Alki has given away the operator position at the start of this round, taking out the turret. Almost caught an elbow of Amy as she was backing off, but it hasn't happened. So Ascend, they keep their numbers. Drone from very far away. Just you can see how cautious they're being. They don't even want to re-peek it to check if the op is still there. Instead, they'll commit credits, but more importantly, PC utility they won't get back. Great shock dart through. Information that they've cleared out B with the double bounce. Now they can look towards the A side, hoping that they've dragged a rotation. But in fact, it's Philippa who's looking at B. I mean, she can just turn with her breach utility.
Exactly. Just kind of stall things out, assist with that fault line from afar as Vanya does throw down a dark cover here for short. They've got a read here, anticipating Ascend moving towards this A site.
Oh, they definitely know. They have same smoke, same idea to box them in. This time there's someone in the box with them. An opening duel found. The rest of the squad from Ascend floods in. But once again, they don't have a safe space to play from. Now they do. Finally dealing with Vanya, claiming site control and setting up a 2v3 advantage for the attackers.
30 seconds left.
Turret spotted out Wens in towards CT as well, just waiting for Alkia to have this upper angle, but retaking with the op makes it difficult for Alkia to find space.
It's tough. And will that op actually get an angle? It depends if there's an overextension to try and punish Wens. It hasn't come through though. Look at the patience from Ascend. They know they've spotted one player, but that second one could be a thorn in the side if left unchecked. Alkia does well, but two more to take down, and they're right down below. I don't think falling out of heaven with an operator is an ideal strategy for any player. So Alkia looks instead to save it. That op will be carried through, but the round will go back in favor of Ascend, with the lead now being theirs 3-2.
Yeah, difficult. I mean, having to save that operator. Something that Alkia does very well on this sniper rifle, though, is the fact that she's so mobile with it, very dynamic. Once she does reveal that location, like we saw outside of the garage, she's quick to dash away and reposition herself out elsewhere. But this was a really nice adjustment from Ascend. You can see BBL, they're constantly going to stay spread out on the defense despite the noise that Ascend is making, because they're anticipating Amy to be on those lurks, being that solo player, looking for the timing on those rotations, and the conditioning already done where she had actually regrouped with the team in that situation, and BBL were spread a little bit too thin.
Well, the early swarm up and over. You see it on the extra cam. Oh, it's landed on the roof. It lands down below. It can actually block them walking out of garage instead. They'll be able to reclaim that space potentially. Some of the weaker weapons already landing damage. Vanya able to follow through on a kill. Could be the swing from Wens. Oh, the angle not quite there. And the stun fades, but oh, the Hunter's Fury's found its mark. And a shot from Philippa. It's all falling apart. Amy's left alone, caught in a laneway up against that ultimate is a tough spot to fight from. And you know the big deal, that Alkia, with that operator saved, still hasn't had a chance to find its mark. Amy's in a lot of trouble.
She definitely is in a 1v3 situation. Only one away from the lockdown, though, after this plant is earned. So she can find something early, but BBL, they've also been able to pick up these rifles. And those mollies having been used in that early round on that execution towards site. Nothing left for the post plant.
Yeah, I think there's one still sitting up on that roof. Not too much use. Maybe if it was up top on B. Amy good for one. That spray was close, but the shot won't land in the end. It's going to be BBL right back up there, equalizing the score line. They won't allow Ascend to get any form of advantage at the start of this BO5.
That was just an insane Hunter's Fury coming out from Ava. Just ripped right off that contact on C. So perfectly timed with the stun as well, and just zoning those players, taking them down immediately alongside those sheriff shots. Absolute chef's kiss on the side of BBL to convert this thrifty round.
You know, you run that back 5 more times, Amy might be able to win that clutch. At least half of them. 2.5. That one was not the right one, though. It's unlucky, but and the blow that it deals to Ascend is massive. Not having money for this round whatsoever. It's a couple pistols. Sometimes those can be the rounds where you change your strategy to adapt to the weaker weapons, and then you end up winning. We'll see if that's the case. The Blade Storm, at least, it's going to be spotted.
That's the thing. We're really going to be looking towards Schnell on this. The flash point in, and Schnell's already dashed up. But great reposition from Alkia. B-site in the hands of Ascend, but pressure on the cross.
Oh yeah, they've got this. They're hoping that they just extend that little bit further towards the back of B. I guess they don't need to on the side of Ascend, though. They've got plenty of players in there. They've got control over the Gong. And there goes the Rolling Thunder, pushing them back towards middle. The push out now. Good for one at least. Amy landing 2 shots. Okay, it's getting a little ridiculous. A close one, and now a convincing one. This is devastating for the side of BBL. They were up against nothing. And nothing prevails. Ascend. The lead is theirs once again.
Insane coming out from Amy as well. Finding the initial 2 on that pushback in from BBL really set the tone for that. Then ripping out that lockdown, it all became worthwhile once they found that advantage. And just round conversions on these eco rounds coming out from both squads, being assisted by the ultimates that they've been farming up. I feel like these last 2 rounds, Mitch, are really just setting the tone for what I'm imagining we can expect for the entirety of this series.
Yeah, well, very much so. I mean, you look at the clutch percentages, the clutch numbers, all these things. It's these 2 teams that are dominating those figures right now within this stage. It's been, you know, if you look at the top 5 players, 3 of them are going to be a combo of Ascend and BBL, depending on what you're looking at. And for this squad, already showing the other side of the good balance that they have, that we heard Asuka talk about in the interview earlier on for Ascend, the fact that they are able to play the game slow, they're able to spread out and not communicate too much in some rounds, just feeling it out, understanding what's going on, but also have that pointed spear approach like we just had there, where all-out aggression can win the day. And it's strange to see with pistols in their hand they find that success, but we started it out by caveating it in the round. You know, these are the rounds that sometimes you win because you just do something a little crazy. I wasn't expecting Amy to just pop heads, though.
Yeah, just being able to take those players off guard. I mean, we saw it as well in Ascend's matchup against G2, right? It felt like neither team could win one of those anti-egos. And already that mid presence being made here for BBL. Alkia looking to walk down and underneath. Look at all the information BBL have. Now they know that these players will be leaning all 5 towards C-Long.
Just look at the confidence they have. You know, 2 weapons, and one of them is the one that's pushing solo up mid. Now, potentially rejoining with those A players as they go for a heavy flank. The Guardian is a good shot in the hands of Alkia, but there's a firing squad waiting on the other side. Jolina, Amy picking up kills for the squad, but there's a bit of an answer back, and that's going to be a weapon picked up. Vanya teleporting across with the Shrouded Step. Now a rifle in hand. Will they clear Jolina on the way through? There's presence being made on the side, and it's enough to distract them, to turn their eye away from Jolina, who picks up a triple.
She's been so important for this Ascend squad as well through the entirety of this tournament. Just being able to lock down choke points, play that micro on her end, and have the mechanics to come out on top. She's been a star-studded player for the team. And this was a good idea, though, from BBL. You had the pressure being put on them by Philippa there in CT on that retake, but not being diligent enough about that close cubby corner. Now, we head into the next round here. Operator back into the hands of Alkia. They also have an lockdown to work with, but the Rolling Thunder will be a great counter to that retake attempt if Ascend can find themselves in a post plant.
Yeah, for Hated just coming in with that Hunter's Fury as well might deter Wens from putting that down in a lot of rounds where Hated's still going to be alive. And towards the later stage, drone right away, spotting a player on backseat. Paranoia used. That's going to be Vanya retreating, but how far is she going to get? Hunter's Fury found its mark, but only for damage. Half HP on a couple of these players. Schnell to find the first, traded out, but the trades keep on coming. In fact, it's BBL coming ahead. Shock Dart's good. That's damage, but it's not enough. Still able to put up a decent fight here.
Ava?
Third kill for Ava. What is going on with just Jolina left? And the rifle finds the first and the second through the wall. A clean double tap. That's what you like to see. The recovery from Ascend and a lead now cemented.
What a mad clutch round to come through, but Ava's been doing so much work. I feel like every single time Ascender walking into a site that she is anchored down on, she's being able to find two picks, 3 Ks here and there, just being able to equalize in those situations. But so well played there. That fadeaway shot from Jolina as well, just to close out the round.
Really nice stuff. And, you know, we're seeing all these players that our analyst desk was talking about before we got into the game showing up already. I mean, the likes of Amy, we know is going to deliver. Jolina, those being a big conversation. I think currently sitting on the most clutches in this stage. So definitely a big player to have on your side. And most importantly, you know, staying alive late into the round. Something that, you know, the desk was also pretty quick to say Angel is envious of. The poor guy gets thrown under the bus, but well, you won't see a breach jumping out on A-Long in this. What is happening? I mean, the C-Long push, sure, but everybody stood there. They're all around this area. I thought it would just be a shutdown, pistols would die, and we wouldn't even mention it, but somehow Wenz has got a double out of that.
They were so careful with the angle that they took. I think there was a dark cover actually smoking off that alarm bot that allowed them to just walk straight through on that flank and find the angle. And that's false sense of security, as BBL were very positioned to try and corral into the spawn of Ascend there. Off the back of this alarm bot being taken down, Banya looking to play responsibly, using his paranoia to delay by time for the rotation.
Oh, wow. I mean, the utility here from Vanya, not just that dark cover you mentioned, getting them past the alarm bot, but now the paranoia to slow them. That allows time for the stun to come in. Sure, Vanya gets caught. Jolina was safe from the stun, but now they walk in. Alkia headshot found with the Marshall in hand. 12 seconds time is a big factor, and with 2 players left, this kill isn't even enough. The plant has to be secured, and Schnell has to gamble that this player isn't closer, or as close as they are, just about to round the corner. The reveal, guaranteeing she's still behind the box, but Schnell hits it. The headshot delivered, the 3rd kill of the round, and a 7th now for the side of Ascend. BBL got 2 bans to start this off, and then a map pick. But that advantage doesn't seem palpable on the screen.
It's the way that they're able to still just thrive in the chaos with their clock running down on them here on the side of Ascent, and BBL throwing everything at them as well. There was so much delay in that C main choke point that Ascent, you would have thought, okay, there's no way they're breaking through this and finding the picks, but somehow they make it work.
Unbelievable. You know, we didn't get to see Haven out of Ascend yesterday. Falcons obviously banning that out straight away. Hello! Jolina's here! In the spawn, committed to it, and almost got a shot off. This is huge. I mean, the fact that there's a player behind in spawn, these players have to check 2 angles at all times. Philippa's just gambling her teammate has her back, that player's run amok and ran elsewhere, and it looks like she's correct. The timing a little off as these long players have all been isolated in duels, yet Amy comes out on top, and Jolina, guaranteeing no rotations will take place, has left Vanya, a big clutch player for the squad, someone that the desk had a ton of praise for in a 1v2. Both opponents relatively low, but that lockdown's going to cause problems.
Yeah, looking to buy as much time as possible there as well. The turret spotting Vanya out causes trouble. They know that she'll be leaning over towards Garage. Paranoia is still available, though, to try and zone out one player, catch one off guard. Amy's low.
Smoke just came online as well. Maybe a chance, but the Paranoia is being dodged. The player spotted. Vanya has info on 1. A 30 HP on Amy. No idea where she is, and Vanya diffusing, back turned, has to gamble on it, and it's Amy to win that gamble. 4 kills in this round. And what a phenomenal start she has had to this series so far, to this half, sitting 15-5. Yeah. Unbelievable.
No, it's insane. I mean, this is after a pretty late pivot towards C, in my opinion, from the remainder of the team, right? Jolina did so much as far as causing that initial chaos, drawing the eyes of Alkia and Felipe towards back sight, but then ended up having to back off to play her life. And the remainder of Ascend were a little bit late to actually fight up there. But Amy single-handedly turns around that disadvantage, now shifting back over towards this A site, a look that we haven't seen from Ascend within the last 5 rounds or so.
This is a situation now for BBL that's getting pretty dire. I mean, we can look to the second half and have hope that things will change there, and no doubt we do. The reality is, right now, this is, well, a devastating start. If it's any sign of what this series has to come, I mean, look, it was scrappy starts, back and forth, neck and neck the whole way. And now here we are with Ascend knocking on victory's door, that 9-3 scoreline looking likely, if anything.
Yeah, they really slowed things down here as well. On the side of BBL, though, Felipe consistently playing towards that A link. Despite Ava using her util for that reconnaissance, there still will be a lot of stall and crowd control here available for the team. And that shift over, 35 seconds left on the clock. This is dangerous.
Lots of reveals as well, a ton of information to play with. BBL know what's coming their way. They'll find the first in trades, but they're not able to maintain that lead. Ascend quickly take control. And this lockdown now, last bastion of hope for the side of BBL. They hope to get absolutely anything done. And just one away from the Hunter's Fury. It doesn't seem to matter. They still get that lockdown out of play. It's Wen's left alone. Her ultimate no longer
Guys, not
here.
the 1v1s.
A rifle. It's all that she has to rely on. Another headshot. Boom! That's 3 so far, and 1 more left. The info in play, and Wen's got it. All 4 kills for the 6th player of BBL. Another round that you just could not guess how it was going to end. Unbelievable.
What are we doing? Ascend, what are we doing? 1v4 situation, Crossfire set up and everyone looks to swing for the trade. Individual duels handed over towards Wen's on a silver platter. It's insane. We've seen this player clutch up before. She went insane up against Falcons 2 days ago to deliver similar results. These are mistakes that you cannot be making, even if you're 4 rounds in the lead.
1 bullet left in that Guardian as well. Just so happens to pick up a rifle, which had 8 bullets left in it. I mean, wow, the odds were most certainly against her. But she has made that work beautifully. And it's like you said, it was all 1v1s. Everybody swinging, keen to get that kill. It's a round that they thought they had in the bag. But that 9-3 scoreline now has avoided coming into fruition. For BBL, that's a big positive. Alkia aggressive in the pistol. Doesn't look like we're going to have any combat. It's a full retake.
Yeah, that one around gives that extra breathing room to BBL as well in case this pistol round doesn't go in their favor. Alkia's about to walk into 3-4 players here, though. Not going to come out on top in that kind of duel. A little bit of chip damage to Amy at the very least, as Ascend look to push back in.
Yeah, burning up a lot of utility, clearing the site, but BBL are playing off-site. Look at the position, though, from Amy. It's great. She might be caught. Oh, okay, explain that shot. That doesn't make any sense. It's a headshot through the wall running, but the diffuse is on the way. It's already half. Body blocks all over. The spray's not close to being good enough. And just under their nose, that round has been stolen away.
Hate waiting. Let's do
A
this.
round that we would have thought BBL would be able to pick up with their positioning with the utility in pocket, but Amy towards CT side of C, playing it so patiently, anticipating that re-wrap in towards Garage. It's just so well played overall. The smokes as well. With pistols, you just don't have that same kind of ability to spray. And it's the risk of backing off and playing completely for grass there.
It's been an unpredictable series so far. We're only 1/2 essentially through of the first map. Could be more than a half though. Things keep going this way. Ascend trying to steal this out. Their map pick up next. What a fantastic start this would be. And we wonder about the pressure they might feel This being their first grand final, they look at home so far. Alkia's right down in the spawn, but it's Amy to win the fight, looking for more, finding more, but there's a follow-up. It was Jolina over on C. I thought would get a little more. You can see 11 health left on Eva, but she's alive, and she's out of here. Paranoia not gonna land. But it does slow them down still. They're just grouping up. The 4 versus 2. No need to take individual fights here. Good attempt from Vanya to catch a player out, but it won't work. And now they know exactly where she is. Very clean from Ascend once again.
An expensive round for BBL as well. They bought up their Mitch. It was their Hail Mary to try and avoid Ascend going to double digits. The spacing not quite right there. Alkia attempting to catch Amy off guard. I don't think that concuss even ended up hitting her. I think she dodged around the corner just in the nick of time before it had landed. So now, this is difficult. You would expect a full loadout on the side of BBL. It sends opportunity to take it to 1 away from match point.
I can definitely understand your second round force buy, especially when you're looking at a scoreline like this. Like, I really think it is the right call. But with how close the pistol fell out of their grasp with a great performance by Ascend in that round there, starting to feel like the nails are most certainly in that coffin. Even Wallbank's coming through. Hated overextending, perhaps. Vanya's waiting to catch him. And look, there's going to be kills for BBL, but is it enough? Again, there's plenty of economy built up on the other side. It's got to be damage. It's got to be duels. And again, down to a 1 versus 2 for Ascend. They don't know where Vanya is. Well, and she's going to catch the first. This is getting a little concerning, but going for the spike. Got it now on the side. Amy knows exactly what's going down. That's a perfect read. The perfect execution. 11 rounds for the side of Ascend. 2 more to go, and they win BBL's map pick. And the way back for BBL is, well, it is long.
It is, yeah, it's going to be an arduous climb up, if it can happen at all, if the Ruberg sweep does even occur. And with especially that operator now online for the side of Ascend, things going to look even more scary. Their ability to lock down these lanes, lock down these long angles, going to be so strong, especially leaning over towards A here. Chanel looking to peek up towards short. Great early fault line to deny the angle over towards her. So lack of information, the dark cover as well. She's covering up this angle. BBL trying to find some sort of read, an understanding of where these players are posted up right now. Just playing it very, very slow to start things off.
Yeah, that operator in the hands of Schnell is in a very peculiar position. I think one that will catch you off guard a lot of the time. Battling Garage, and it's Amy to win. No lurk for Wens. Yeah, the op being up on top of short where it was is a little peculiar. Out here, though, much more normal position, locking down long. With it lost, Mobile Ascend's reaction B, it's to flood into the site. Caught by reveals, they are shut down. And this now looks like a way back in for BBL, at least in this round, with a 2v4. And, well, look, they've got sight, but they're all just curled up there. They've got their angles covered, though, knowing players can only come out along and spawn right now.
Yeah, Jolina trying to find a pinch alongside Amy. There's Paranoia available, though, to disrupt on this retake.
Not ready yet.
Yeah, it's gone out. It's actually hitting on short, but no one's really being peaked on short. An unfortunate situation. Maybe it would catch someone default and give them an opening. I'm sure that's the thought, but certainly not the reality that we ended up in. For BBL, it's a round at long last, but they need so much more. A good sign, though, to see that operator not finding what it needed to. Alkia quicker on the duel.
There's still a lot of good work to be done here for the likes of BBL, but at the very least, with how close these rounds have been, even with BBL losing 3 in a row, they've been tight enough that Ascend aren't able to find a buy into this one. Instead, walking up towards mid, something that we had seen previously from BBL on their defensive side, except now just looking to put that pressure by breaking the alarm bot early.
Or the Paranoia through, they thought these players might already be bursting out on A. Yeah. And the thing is, for BBL, that pumps the brakes. You see that Paranoia, you see them panic like that. There's a lot of players here now.
They were expecting to take some sort of fight. Now looking to just cut noise, bide their time. One spotted out still, at the very least. Aftershock to try and clear that corner, but knowing they're at the gun disadvantage right now, can't really actually go for any of those swings.
And that was the Marshall spotted out as well. That lands a body shot, makes it so much easier for the rest of the squad. Blinded up to start with, shots landing all across the board. It's Alkia with the triple. And that's hugely important because you're now looking at very early on having that Blade Storm online, and it's a comfortable full buy anyways. Definitely the way back in for BBL.
Yeah, nice bolster to that economy potential into the future. And then also just looking at the general ultimate economy for both teams, they're scaling up to quite a few ultimates now here. 2 away, I believe, at the end of that round from the lockdown on the side of BBL. Then you've also got Ava 1 away only from that Hunter's Fury. It's going to be important to maybe farm one of those orbs to try to get that online to counter Amy if that does come out on the retake there for a lockdown of her own.
Definitely could be a deciding round for this squad. Basend 11 rounds, and it looks like a pretty significant retake being played on A. You know, all this utility is being destroyed, and they've just backed out, and you can see exactly why once Amy puts that lockdown into play. But they're pushing mid. They're gambling that BBL are going to go back, that they'll leave when this lockdown comes into play. Now they know there's one in the window. The paranoia comes in immediately. And that's forced them back. Good.
Schnell caught off guard by that angle as well there. Mitch Jolina, at the very least for the trade, is about to get crunched, and Alkia has the pick. It's a re-hit towards this A site after disrupting that initial flank coming out from Ascend. I like the idea. The BBL were so quick to respond with paranoia of their own. The fault line, the flashes that came through to delay.
Yeah, the reactions were near perfect. And the flank as well, moving up through long, then moving up through heaven. The same thing happens. Really, really nice thinking on their feet from the side of BBL. That's not something that you can dry run in a server or practice. That's something that you have to get right within a split-second decision. And they made that decision pixel perfect.
So well done. That wraparound, too, coming out from Wens on top of that, with Schnell posted up on the angle, really not being able to see Wens in that position. Now a timeout, I believe, to be called here, unless it's a tech pause. We'll pause and wait on that one there, Mitch. But overall, the adjustments coming out from both of these sides looking really good. Ascend, though, they haven't really been able to get that momentum back since BBL have stolen it away. BBL have been so quick to just adjust.
There you go, timeout from the side of Ascend. Understandable when things do start to slip away like this and your opponents find their way back into the series. On the side of BBL as well, no stranger to seeing this squad put up a streak of rounds. So this is definitely a moment to take a breather. With those pistols, you know, a lot of the time you will think that you don't stand too much of a chance, but from what we've seen even on this map so far, this is definitely a round that you want to come out swinging in. There's always a chance.
Yeah, especially with the Blade Storm up here for Schnell as well, right? I think for Ascend, they've been a bit gung-ho with some of that aggression that they have taken out, getting caught out in some of those flanks previously. But now that it's back on an eco round, might be actually looking to play it a lot safer than we had seen before. After that previous conditioning, you can see BBL just waiting in their spawn, expecting a couple players of Ascend looking to walk up towards mid, something that they had done in the past. Just not going to be the case. Very diligent with the clearing here with that Owl drone. Pushes HGM off the angle. She's on an island here on A, so looking to fall back to be able to play with the team, play that full retake as 5 with that numbers equalizing.
Yeah, I mean, so much time on the clock to be making this play, but the Killjoy utility makes you pretty confident in gambling on that quick A retake. You might even catch BBL overextending, right? They take sight, they don't see anything. Maybe they push towards the spawn. For a split second, I looked at the radar and I thought that was up into heaven. I was like,
So
what
did
is going on here?
I was like, pause, where's the spike going right now?
It was like, surely the flaw isn't that you bring the spike into heaven, but no, it's all good. It was just clearing out under. They see it's free. Schnell, good to find one on the Blade Storm, but that is all they let happen. And so even though there's so many players here, they're not caught off guard. Very diligent, even in those, you know, quote unquote easy rounds.
No, really just pulling that trigger to be able to get Ascend to start to rotate in and funnel on through. It was really the sound of Anya using that from the shadows that drew Ascend into that desire to push back on site, but back into a buy here. This is an important round here for Ascend to win if they want to continue to maintain this lead. They're constantly on the back foot right now with their economy. They have ultimates to contest as well.
Oh, nice position from Schnell. Almost got caught by the stun afterwards. That could have been deadly. Hunter's Fury to respond in kind. It's a round of ultimates with the Rolling Thunder in from Garage. BBL want to take control over the C site, or at least that's what they're telling Ascend. All the rotates have come in. All the players are here, except for Amy, who spotted that they're going elsewhere. They are running, turning tail and taking the A site with Wenz lurking and being a thorn in this squad's side. A beautiful execution from BBL. And look, they know that Wenz is around this area, but she's out of here. She's safe and even resetting to hunt down further lurks.
And they have to take so much more time now to be diligent in re-clearing towards B, towards that A side, but the call's just going to be to save. They don't have the economy to play around in this 3v5 situation, and that was the stall also on Ascend towards that A site taken down with Amy getting aggressive down in mid. BBL have been so good in reading into the fact that Amy's going to consistently be on those lurk positions, whether it's on the attack or the defense. That's her favorite play style, to play a lot more individualistically in that kind of sense, and BBL have started to play it very safe in that regard.
I've loved watching the recovery of this squad so far. Hello, that took a second. I was wondering. Wenz is taking down another. The cost of this round increasing second by second. Jolina though, oh my, able to respond in kind. 3 quick kills and they'll bring the op through. Beautiful.
Beautiful, but BBL has stacks on stacks right now.
True.
Their pockets are pretty full overall, so a little bit of economy damage, but nothing that's going to really haunt them, at least for the remainder of this game, if they continue on with this momentum. It's been 5 rounds in a row for this team. 3 ultimates were expended in that last one. They're coming out from Ascend Rising as well, meaning that they don't have anything to counter against this lockdown, against these funnels onto site or into that retake.
Revealing area.
Now this squad of Ascend, they've got a lot of control on A. They've pushed up a ton, but it's elsewhere that the fight is about to come through. That lockdown, 5 seconds left, and it'll be detaining this site. Everybody's left it, and it looks like BBL will get a nice, clean, and free plant out of it. Indeed. Yeah, this retake's going to be... I mean, it depends on the space, because BBL, they have mid, but they want something else.
I like the way the garage window gets re-cleared here, though. Amy's still hovering around this C-Link, but playing far back until Ascend, the remainder of the team puts enough pressure on A-Link to draw the attention away of BBL. It's all going to come down to that timing fight.
Oh, okay, they've been spotted as well. Amy and Alkia now just have a duel to take, and the winner might decide the round. An extra angle to play from for BBL, but no, it's been denied. And now Ascend can at least feel secure in fighting this choke point, pushing forward. Great reveal, great spray as well. Vanya showing up close, and with Wenz from a distance finding the triple. A complete denial the way back through, and the time was going to deny it anyways. 10 rounds now for BBL, and as we said, you know, they found that one round. We say that, oh, this is a squad that can chain together those rounds. You don't want to give them space. You see exactly why. I think that's 6 in a row now, and it is indeed. I can see it there.
Ascend needed that round, especially on a B plant where the retake should feel much more comfortable. I would have liked to see Ascend bringing a second player actually over towards that C-Link, looking to re-clear through garage and then putting pressure on those grass players, because BBL were very comfortable in setting up in that post plant, just able to spray down, not really worrying about that garage backstab whatsoever. And with the second timeout to be used now on the side of BBL, they're on an eco round. they don't have any ults that are going to scale up in time unless Amy somehow goes big on not even necessarily a Thrifty. As long as she gets a couple of picks, she could have it up for a future rifling round. Things aren't looking good here for Ascend if they can't find this momentum and stop the bleeding.
Well, that's it. I mean, from a fantastic start to this map, the scrappy fight at the beginning, the streak of rounds that put them, well, very much knocking on victory's door, and now a position where they have to really look at this as a close game again, as probably a neck-and-neck game with this eco coming into fruition. The reality is that's tough for any squad to be able to keep themselves in it mentally, but more important than that is they need to find a solution on top of all these mental issues you'll have start to build up round on round. That only hampers your ability to problem solve, and that's the key thing. We need to see that problem solved, not now, but in the next, most definitely. Help. We'll give them a chance here, though. As we've said, those ecos have been dangerous, and look, a different strategy. Paranoia doesn't land. Stun is good, though, and they're able to follow through with a kill. A little greedy in getting the rifle, though, and that will be denied. Oh!
Last player standing.
Okay, but Jolina being able to turn it into a 1v2 makes this a lot more doable. We can't forget, it's Amy. She's one of the players with the best headshot percentage in Game Changers EMEA. Able to pick up a Vandal as well on this flank. I like how BBL have kind of flip-flopped the sights here, planting more for that CT, for this crossfire. Amy just needs to isolate one.
One enemy remaining.
Well, there's the first. Isolated indeed, and low HP left on Vanya, but the shot is landed. That's Amy, I think top 5 in clutch percentage going through this. Or no, actually it was number of clutches won. That's what it was. I was looking last night. And well, we won't be adding another to the tally this time around. I think Jolina can feel pretty safe. 11 to 11. But now the rifles come out from Ascend. And sure, the last one came down to a clutch, but it shouldn't have. It should have been more convincing for BBL. Definitely a moment that Ascend can draw on to try and push them forward across the line.
I'd like to see Ascend playing more of that ebb and flow. I feel like they've been trying to fight forward pretty often in these rounds. It hasn't been panning out in their favor with how quickly BBL are able to pivot their utility to take those very scrappy fights. Chanel, again, looking for this short positioning, but very quiet on the side of BBL. They aren't giving anything away quite yet. It was only the dark cover towards long to cut off the angle and information from Ascend. Otherwise, they're sitting pretty and waiting to find their execution towards site.
The drone is going to get a lot of information. Okay, I think they destroyed it just in time, so it only spotted one. The other players managed to fall back around that corner. One player on long, that won't cause a rotate, especially with Jet, you know, maybe she's just looking for a fight. It's their default. But now the smoke comes in. Ascend, see a stun. They'll return the stun in kind, but those players were stepped out of the way. BBL were ready for that to happen. Now they've got some space on the site. The smoke knockdown that we'd seen from the defensive side of BBL again and again. So they're actually able to flood in and take the site, but it's short that they don't have two players there. Jolina stepping forward, draws their eyes. Now the short players swing, but they're caught. Alkia still trained in on that spot, able to react in time. Still ready for another player, by the way, watching the same angle. Ever diligent. There's no other angle to watch, so why not? But Amy, okay, now they're able to pinch it a little bit. Double peek, perhaps. No, the timing's slightly off, and even though Chanel falls, it gets the one kill, sorry, onto Alkia. It's nothing. 12 to 11. Another round for BBL. The streak continues. And now the map could be theirs with just one more.
They did a really good job tapping that spike as well, looking to draw out the players of Ascend who are hiding over towards short, picking them off one by one. They were trying to stop that plant and buy a little bit more of that time. Ascend, it was a nice adjustment overall from the squad in that one in particular. Normally, we saw push-ins on the opposite extremity, which made the rotation really late and just not really possible to attempt for that retake. So it's not like they aren't making changes at this stage. BBL's mid-round calling coming out from Vanya has just been impeccable and unbeatable thus far. And here's the Heaven TP to finally come through.
Yeah, not with the spike. That's the key detail,
yeah.
Right? The big difference maker. Well, yeah, I mean, look, they've got that control now. I'm surprised Amy is still around here. She's feeling confident. Maybe she shouldn't be. That shut down from Alkia. And now a
The
player
lockdown.
disadvantaged. Oh, she had it? I didn't even look down bottom right. Oh, no. I mean, it's one of those split-second decisions. You probably find yourself out there and then realize, oh, this would be better if I was back, but gotta commit. It's tough. It's really tough, and now this squad is in a lot of hot water, just running through this choke point one after another. They will be shut down. There was a moment where this didn't even look like a Sens. It looked like it was dominantly a Sens map, but instead, BBL come back from the shadows and take it 1-0, starting out the series with a map pick under their belt.
What a way to clean it up. But we've got to toss to a quick break, and then right afterwards, the analyst desk will wrap everything up for you guys.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
It is a fantastic start for BBL Queens in this grand finals here. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here on the desk with Kakuka and Ender. You can never count them out, Ender. Even if BBL lose the pistol or lose the bonus, they can still win 9 rounds in a row.
I mean, that was just insane. The game was completely over. We actually had a similar situation back on Lotus yesterday, I think, with Ascend, where they had a super dominant first half, but then it goes completely wrong in the second. It came after a couple of eco rounds. It came after just some insane clutch up performances. I think of Vanya and a couple of 1v2s in that second half that made it work. But ultimately, it also came with Ascend trying to do a little bit too much, I think. In the early rounds of the half, they did so many of these mid pushes, right? Like 3 players up mid, they get up C long as well. It looks like it should be good for them because they have all these players contained into A, but Amy just gets beaten on that site hold, right? She's there on her own. That C long push also fails, so now Ascend are forced to sort of play a 3-on-5, 3-on-4 retake when they eventually got that trade out in mid. But it's just really hard with Vanya jumping up into heaven, getting this wrap, that extra pressure when Ascend have been thrown for a loop on that retake, losing 2 players early. It makes heaven a big gap that you can't retake through, and Vanya takes advantage of that with that TP for the backstab.
And there's nothing bad with having those original plans. To me, what was lacking is actually the mid-round calling, you know, the having something to follow up when it goes well and when it goes bad. Like, okay, we want to do this mid-push. Well, with what we get, what are we going to do? I believe that in so many of those cases, the positions that they ended up in were not favorable for them. They weren't really sure. Even when they played for the retake, we also saw it on this B hit that BBL did. After getting all that information, they decide to go for a 4-man retake, for a woman retake from the same position and getting kind of lost in the sauce. I mean, BBL definitely chose this map for a reason. Loved in the first half out, even if they weren't getting the rounds. I love how Vanya was playing her utility. I think that overall her in this map was just on a different level. Definitely deserved the comeback.
I think
they had us in the first half.
They did. I just wanted to add that to the defensive play from Ascend, there's 2 main ideas, like defensively, for like early round playmaking that you can do. One is like mid control on defense, and the other is A lobby control. And I think that Ascend in the early rounds defaulted way too heavily into mid control, and then late rounds they were playing like A retake. So A was just completely open. BBL definitely abused that for them.
Yeah, there were definitely also, there were also a lot of clutch situations that we were seeing time and time again from different players. I think that Julina was brilliant in situations like this one. We also saw some ecos, a lot of, you know, maybe nerves on the server today.
Could be, or it could just be the fact that BBL are pretty good in these situations, especially when it goes to the attack side. The clutches, they were coming in, and honestly, I felt like when these clutches were going on to the side of Ascend Ender, that surely they weren't going to let this slip. This is going to hurt them a little bit, I feel like, going to the next couple of battles.
Yeah, it's going to hurt, but this is sort of the expectation we had coming into the series, where if the early round is neutral, Ascend looked really powerful in those post plants. There's those key players on both sides, right? Vanya in the clutches for BBL, whether it's Amy on the other side for Ascend, on top of course, Jolina. It's like, if ever Jolina and Amy are the last 2 players alive, you just know they're going to win out in the clutch. So I hope they're able to reset, because I do think that this is a very close game overall, and they can put themselves in very similar situations over on Lotus and Map 2.
Well, let's talk about that map too, because luckily Ascend, they don't seem to be phased about losing a map. We saw it yesterday already. They managed to bring it back in the end. But Kakuka, what do they need to do on Lotus, you know, to make sure that they don't just fall over and get 3-0 today?
Well, I think something that Asuka mentioned in the interview is very important, right? Is momentum. Right now, they have to go back into the game, as if that last round that was devastating on Haven did not happen. And obviously, they need to also look back at what happened yesterday, because it was a reflect of what we just saw. The same effect. We have a super good first half. We go into the second one and we're not able to close the map. I think that there was a lot of overcooking on Haven that kind of burnt the strats. I need something different for Lotus. And I feel like if they decided to go for this map at the beginning, you know, it's there's a reason to it, as well as, you know, probably BBL playing with just 1 controller.
The big problem yesterday was time. Ascend couldn't plant the spike, and I actually don't think that's going to be an issue at all today, because what Falcons were doing was really unique on their defense. They were playing like super passive, very deep positions on site, and then Ascend were like, where are they? And then just would like freeze for the first 50 seconds of a round. BBL is a team that will fight you very early, so I do not think it's going to be a similar look at all. Yesterday was also very defense-sided, which is wild. Lotus is a very attack-sided map. I think we're going to see a very large return to normality. I do favor BBL going into this map, but as always, in late round situations, that is anyone's game, and with how Haven went, I think it's a game that's leaning towards Ascent.
I mean, you guys mentioned this briefly already, but I do want to talk about Vanya a little bit more, especially going into Lotus. She's normally extremely skilled. She's a great caller, but the confidence and ego on her today, Kakuga, when they were 10-11 down, she white swan Amy of all players to win that round. If she does that on Lotus, I'm going to be worried for Ascent.
Listen, BBL Queens, and Vanya is definitely the queen of Haven. What she was doing, she was making a statement with every move, every single time that she went onto A Haven. She just doesn't care about those things, and especially now coming to Lotus. Lotus is kind of like an improved version of Haven, I want to think of, but now that she's also going to be the solo controller for her, it works so well the way that she uses it on Haven. I'm scared about that early round. We know and we talk a lot about how BBL is very aggressive, even when it comes to the defense, but now having one solo controller and not being able to retake space or to even cover it for the retake so easily, our eyes, as always, are always on Vanya.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what she's going to do here. But let's take a look at the agent select as we head into Lotus. I feel like today, before Pearl, I don't see us seeing any crazy surprises, Ender.
Nope. I mean, the main thing is just that... Oh, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say that Vanya is in such a powered, like, fragging position on the Omen on this map compared to others, because so often you see the Omens on defense especially just, like, teleport into Rebel and then be that first point of contact, whereas on a lot of other maps, you're gonna be fighting a little bit later. So this definitely is a position that Vanya is going to be feeling very, very strong in.
And it looks like they kind of reverted back, right, with the breach. They kind of tried it without
BBL
it,
are usually playing the double dually here, right?
They didn't fancy that.
Yeah.
Kakuka, what do you make of this?
I mean, I kind of understand that they want to play for Alkia, just give her the most control and effect and that push that she needs to be proactive on the defense. I go back and think of if they have a good attack in half, I think that they can snowball till the end, because if they were able to come back from that 9-3, it's gonna be easy.
Oh, okay, we'll see. I feel like easy is not the word when it comes to these two teams, but I can't wait to see what we're gonna get for this map and get into game with Mash. Midge Ash.
You know, it's I guess it's catching on now, Ash. It's a thing. Mash. I like mash. You know, mashed potatoes, fantastic stuff. What's your opinion on potatoes? You like them, Ash?
I like potatoes, but I heard some things from
Hell
Tom
yeah.
Biz about you and potatoes, and the fact that you give him mashed potatoes reviews for every single restaurant that you go to. So I've heard the tea, Mitch.
Oh, I absolutely do. We have gone to restaurants purely because they do good mashed potatoes. Let that be a tip to any of you opening a cafe out there, okay? Learn the butter ratio. Some chives in, it's okay. You can get there eventually. I'm looking forward to this though, because they've got some beautiful stuff cooking up over on the side of BBL. I think moving into a Sands map pick and changing up your comp to not be double duelist, not so much brute force, but throw in that utility from Breach, who's going to be able to disrupt your opponent's game plan. That's one of the best things you can do when your opponent has clearly prepared this map quite extensively.
Yeah, I actually really like this shift over from the double duelist into the double flash initiators on the side of BBL Queens, especially with the fact that they're playing with a solo controller in Vanya as well. It's a perfect counter to the fact that you have double controllers on the side of Ascend Rising. You can flash through Jolina's toxic screen if need be, HTM smokes on top of that, and it really just gives you that additional ability to be explosive in the way that BBL like to do, where they're able to also find that additional information and control the map a lot more in that kind of sense.
I'm looking forward to this already. We hear the sky flash pop as it looks like Ascend want to take a bit of control over A, slower than you might see sometimes. I hated the most not going for a shrouded step up on top of Rubble like Ender was talking about. I will see a lot of that in the rifle rounds. Ooh. The stun's caught Vanya a little bit, but it's okay. First player around the corner instead is going to be Wenz. Spotting Hated, sending her flying and sending her out of the round. Quick trade though, and Schnell's not punished for it. The players have now gained a lot of control, and they're going to use that to muscle the B site.
Yeah, shifting on over, and B, it's a nice site to take, especially when you're taking control of one of these lanes early on. Upper in the hands of Alki at the moment. Ascend not even fighting for it, instead looking to regroup as 3 to take double the broken door together and trying to clear out this flank as well.
3 players close. Big challenge for Vanya. First shot not hit, and she is out of there. Not overcommitting. Especially not when you have exactly that. This is the agent change that's allowed them to cost those extra few seconds with the stun. Now the rest of the squad breaks through. Alki not able to catch them on the way in. Some damage done. But the numbers are theirs on the side of Ascend. They have to get the spike defused, using it to bait them out into the open. And the shot's not fully landing, but everyone's low. It's winnable for either side. And Schnell with 3, but time her ultimate enemy, it would seem. The ticks just coming in too quickly as BBL find it 1-0, winning the pistol.
That's all Felipa there on top of that as well. The fault line that catches 3 out in Hobbit is what stalled out that entire retake for Ascend. They only had 1 presence on the other side of that retake, being Jolina trying to push in through Waterfall, that ceiling. So massive clutch to come through here on the side of BBL. They play it so well as far as just biding their time, which in map number 1 and yesterday up against Falcons as well, definitely had been the enemy there for Ascend.
Now kicking off round number 2, it's not going to be the same as we saw in round 2 of our last half over on Haven. There's no force buy. Ascend just taking a couple of pistols and running with it, seeing what damage they can get done. Now the advantage here is numbers. They want to stick together on the A site, take those duels as a team, but that is not on the menu. BBL have taken B, and they've got a nice open plant with the opportunity to take any map control that they want, grouping up in towards the breakable door and their spawn. Those will be the combat zones, and well, combat's already begun. Although Amy wins out spawn, that could be a thorn in the side.
Yeah, just trying to pressure on towards main, but these close quarter choke points here in towards Hobbit, so difficult to push back through. Aftershock expended as well, with Amy still looking for the backstab.
It's 55 HP on Amy, 2 players holding her, and yeah, it is a firing squad up top and down below. 2 angles. And a nice, easy opportunity closed out. Yeah, they take a little bit of damage, but by and large, a successful second round for BBL that they can be happy with. They gambled on B, and, I don't really ever see anybody stack B on an eco round. Push B, maybe, but
yeah,
they certainly made the right call.
Especially with those Spectres, I think the amount of damage you can do in the close quarters, even though there might be a player advantage on the side of Ascend when they're looking for that retake, but I would have liked to see even Ascend maybe playing more for those exit frags in that particular round, just weakening the bonus of BBL. But as we head into this next one, first look that we have towards A, once again, that 1-4 split. But BBL, despite pressuring towards this A site for these first 2 rounds, they have yet to actually try and take it in and of itself. We've seen Jolina in that solo anchor here before. And BBL, they push back towards B.
Yeah, certainly a favorite site for the squad, or at least that's what they want Ascend to think. Again, this squad has been very good at faking on the previous map of Haven. This one having quite a lot of space as well. They move towards B, but they leave the spike outside A, wanting to take it there after the rotations have come through. But Ascend are wise to it. They've caught a pick, and they've slowed this down, leaving BBL to make the next move, and the move will be to hit B, moving into this site. Oh, I might have called it too early. They're retaking space outside A, opening tree. But I imagine that's a fake.
Just looking for some information, drawing some of those eyes. It's working. Look at Ascend backing off of that B site as BBL slowly contact up. Wens with the information, not spotting anyone out over towards Waterfall or Upper. And an aggressive look here for Felipa.
Not a bad shot to start it off. A little late with Hated the Most not being close to trade by. BBL now able to refocus, maybe even gather another weapon on their way through. And Hated is going to give it up. 12 seconds, but a plant uncontestable at this point. It's the right call to not try and deny it. There's the plant eventually. They even tried to hunt the kill. And the advantage here, they get to group back up, move in as a unit. The smoke, well, it might be a bit of a bother. But, no alarm bot to clear it out. Amy falling, another angle that's now locked down for the side of BBL. They know a lot of them are coming from the spawn. Those spams are close. Crosshair touched ahead a couple of times, but a bullet didn't fly out. Hated and Schnell picking up kills. Leaves just one. Eva all on her own. And with 2 players grouped up on the spike, the trade comes in quickly.
Nice retake here for Ascend. VBL also make it expensive. They took 3 of those rifles out of Ascend's hands. And in that round as well, though, we saw Schnell charging up now into that showstopper, 1 away from it coming to fruition. With BBL Queens, there's 3 ult orbs to play with here on Lotus. They're also looking to snowball up very quickly to, I think, about 4 ultimates being possible of popping online in this round if it swings into the favor of BBL. But overall, very nicely measured plays coming out from this attacking side here for the BBL Queens.
That's been a feature of this game so far. The side of BBL caught early, though, with aggression coming out of Ascend. They've blitzed up on...
Well, now the shift over towards this B side here. They're looking again to pressure over towards B. Great nano swarm coming out from Amy to delay. Aftershock to come out as well. BBL, though, they find sight. Ascend looking to just put pressure onto this plant. Showstopper comes out, shut down, though, by Wenz in the crossfire. Just fights across the board here. The 2v2 situation. Vanya with the dark cover from the shadows over towards B main, looking to get out. There's a lot of time to play with here. Still a minute on the clock. And Philippa in a difficult position, though. They're looking to re-hit towards this B site. And overall, Ascend just looking to play safe.
Shadows
Welcome back. Well, we're just going to get Mitch back online very shortly, so bear with me, everyone, for a little bit longer. BBL looking to group up here inside of Hobbit, an open plant for them, and no paranoia to deny. Jolina, though, has 2 snake bites still, though, to push off that angle.
Okay, Vanya, good chance if she can catch the first. The angle's a little wider than they'll expect, but even still, Hated is able to catch that kill. Stunned down. Philippa, position given away. The swing through while still vulnerable. It's easy for Hated to find. And we've ended up with a neck-and-neck scoreline, reminiscent of what we saw at the beginning of the previous half as well, or the previous map as well. And we know those streaks of rounds never too far away. Huge shutdown by Wenz. I've been thoroughly impressed by Wenz. I think it's, you know, we can make all kinds of excuses for players coming in as substitutes, and we can make all sort of caveats that actually they're going to play great because they've always been on the team, they've been watching practices. Sure, but putting it into practice is a completely different thing, and you have to commend Wenz for being so quickly able to navigate this new, I guess, level that she's consistently playing at.
No, it's absolutely insane to be seeing that. But Sinico round to come out here for BBL. Ascend have been doing well with controlling over towards Mound ever since rifles have finally come into play. That slow information being a look here for BBL, consistently pressuring towards this A side, something that BBL have been doing well to condition in the past, and you can see how well it has been working as well. It consistently draws over rotations, not necessarily directly towards that A site, but even looking to be ready for the pivot into B.
And well, ton of utility in play for the side of Ascend. They're confident in leaving B open and having that 3-player stack towards this A site. 2, though, are locked out, leaving Jolina very much alone and bombarded by utility. No chance in those fights. Schnell does well, but the trade was there. Amy fell, a shot from Wenz in the background. The Killjoy diff in play in this round at least, and it's going to amplify its effect. The lockdown coming into play, and response from Ascend doesn't seem to exist. The squad instead having to sit out and wait down this timer. The clock very much in BBL's favor. The weaknesses they have, I guess, made up for by the positions that they're in. The player on top has been, I thought, was spotted. Not communicated if they were. Alkia able to grab one. Last packing around and staying alive, even falling down. Schnell's now left all on her own. And a quick shot from Philippa closes that one out. perplexing close to that round. Ascend stumbling their way back into the A site, just got obliterated.
It seems like either maybe not noticed or the call being said too late there. HTM should not have fallen in that situation. Massive thrifty round to come out from BBL. They expend the Seekers and the lockdown to earn it, and it pushes Ascend onto a half buy of their own. A pivotal swing round here for both sides in favor of BBL. And Ascend, I mean, they fell for the conditioning, right? That was that initial look towards A. BBL had yet to actually explosively take that site, and Jolina just wasn't prepared. Now all 5 players regrouping behind this dark cover, one of their own that they actually threw out to deny information.
Very aggressive stance. 2 players essentially being anti-flash as well, but barring a Omen paranoia. If anyone from the side of Ascend peeked out and looked for info, they were about to have a very sore awakening. This is an A site play. Paranoia in, 2 players caught. Reinforcements already here. There's the showstopper landing the first. The reposition is perfect. The rocket propelling Alkia right up beside Schnell, giving them that advantage and giving them the site for free. You know, with so many players here, I thought maybe they'd be caught off guard, but again, the diligence of this BBL squad on display. There's a reason that they have not lost a series. And one of those reasons is Alkia. 4 kills in this round and almost halfway to getting the showstopper back online.
Yeah, after it was initially used to find that opening pick on Jolina, she's hunting for the ace right now. HTM just hiding around the corner.
Yeah, hoping maybe to catch an exit. I mean, chances are pretty low for massive impact. There you go. There's one. And that's all it's going to be. An ace for Alkia to close out the round. Unbelievable. Literally halfway to a showstopper already. And that is how you do it. Shot after shot connecting. You really have to commend this squad because it just seems like there's very few, and I say it now as Wenz got blindsided, but there's very few blind spots in this attacking side. Even going back to the previous map, just so fun to watch.
They're just so quick on their feet. Like, Vanya's calling in the mid rounds have been so strong. The way that the team is also always ready to respond in the blink of an eye. And a deep dark cover. The first time we're seeing Ascend actually fighting forward for a main here. No one home on BBL lurking as they farm the orb over at B and look to shift towards C. A very different position here for Ascend. They completely flip-flop their hold.
Well, they even used the paranoia after spotting a player early. This is BBL committing to some control over C. They've got extra flashes, of course. Some benefit here of Speedovka. Or not Speedovka, sorry, Eva. Seen Speedovka on this agent as well. On the Sky, always a pleasure. And then back to the guild days. For BBL, they're halted a little bit. You know, they committed a decent bit of util. They saw nobody, and they're happy to leave this down to your 45, 30-second mark before making another attempt.
Oh, great shell to find delay. Vanya's already on site. Speedovka does not know. Neither does Schnell, and she finds 2.
That's ridiculous. Vanya had somehow flown under the radar, shrouding her steps on the way in. Felipa's gonna fall. Okay, look, there's a chance. Amy's got a lockdown now to use. That could buy serious space and time. Vanya, though, wants to get an advanced position on it. The spray is a little labored, but it got there, and that forces everybody back. Kept out for now. Although they've got hated the most, the site control is the real issue. The fact these players could take down Wenz and just stick that defuse, causing problems across the board. Reposition here. It's Wenz falling back as well, baiting them into 1v1 fights, running down the clock further and further, making it impossible for Ascend to make a mark on that round.
Oh, Amy put in so much effort there. She found a 3K. But HM's position over towards Hobbit was so imperative, especially with Alkia being available there on the backstab, forced Amy to go back to re-clear in a timeout to now be called here from Ascend Rising. This is a mistake that should not have happened. It's the fact that Vanya is brazen enough to actually go for aggressive TPs like that, just completely catch Ascend off guard. You wouldn't imagine that she'd just enter in on well completely alone.
It's such a strange spot. At the same time, though, if you're thinking about the normal spots that people hold, it is a blind spot. It is an angle that you can potentially get into and fight from, even if they hear you go in, even if they're aware. I don't think it's considered very often that they're not going to be aware of your position, but you can see the benefit to it. 2 players back turned, ever vigilant on the choke point. And got dropped from behind. 5 rounds on the board. BBL with an incredible start on map number 2. And, you know, I think Ender touched on it starting out this series. The fact that Pearl being the last map, it very much puts the pressure on Ascend to show up early in this series. They did show up early on map 1, and they disappeared for half 2. Then BBL, if they take this map, it's BBL's pick. And then closing out the series would be a map that Ascend don't play. That's a terrifying concept for this squad, and that only starts to build as these rounds go on.
Yeah, just based on the statistics, Ascend really need to find this second map overall with how the map picks favor BBL as we head later into this best of 5 series. And that timeout for Ascend, you can imagine that not only are they discussing how they want to handle this eco, but looking towards what they want to do to counter Philippa into the next round as well, when we're really expecting that rolling thunder to come through.
Off your feet!
Oh, never mind.
Okay. There's the rolling
They're
thunder
going.
already. Showstopper used. Fired off close. Nobody taken down by it. And ultimately, not finding its mark. Good shot by Jolina, but look at the return. The response from BBL. The weaponry advantage is tangible. They're now sat in a 4 versus 3. That could have been a 3 versus 3 very quickly. You don't want to give Amy those kind of opportunities, and they won't. Utility flushing her out of the corner, and she will be shut down. Clean nade. That's what it was all about. It's all a distraction. Don't worry.
It's a bait tactic. It's a bait tactic. Don't worry. There's nothing HGM's going to do to be able to get out of this situation, though. And I think BBL really caught Ascend off guard and actually ripping the Rolling Thunder in that round. I guess being extra diligent of any possibility that there might even be shotguns lying in wait on the other side. So just trying to be as careful as possible to really continue to cement the lead that they've found here. And now for Ascend, this is a must-need round when BBL comfortable, they know, going into the next half at minimum even. And with the momentum on their side right now, they're probably feeling good about knowing that they should be heading in with at least a little bit of a lead.
Now Jolina as well having that Viper's Pit. You know, once this threat is seen on B, you imagine that it's going to be burned up. Alki is going into B all the way. Look at the space taken, and the shot is perfect. A headshot almost. Amy down, and Jolina doesn't have a chance to pop that pit. It's a risk if she decides to, and you can see why. There's no free space to play in. Great job with 2 kills, but is it enough? It's given them a fighting chance, at least, with the players flanking. Have already been spotted. They only know there's one of them. They don't know about that second player being Schnell. It could be the element of surprise that wins the day, but they've lost control over B connector. Now that is a huge problem. And the headshot even more so. This one's looking down and out for Hated. A big clutch needed. Smoke at least online. Look, that's going to be a headache for the other side. Another nano ready to throw, and Wentz has just landed that time now truly in their favor. And the advantages just keep on compounding. BBL now 7-2.
Their post plants are so strong on the side of BBL. They find that site and they just continue to fight forward. They aren't even giving a chance to Ascend to set up for those retake situations. You constantly see them taking control of one of the choke points that Ascend have as an option to get back onto those sites and eliminate one of them by going in so deep. Jolina had nowhere to go there on that either with the execution, and Ascend, this is the first time that BBL and them will actually be going head-to-head for this Rebel control, but playing it a little bit safer, knowing they don't have the same kind of range to go up against these rifles. They play for tree.
I don't mind this. You know, the 3-stack, the Killjoy utility, taking advantage of that Viper's Pit to make this map a little bit smaller. It's a good idea. And sure, there's... Actually, last round, there were some things that could have weeded out those players. Vanya and Alkia, for example, combining a human recon dart and a showstopper to chase down the Viper. They don't have that this time. But they're looking elsewhere on the side of BBL. They're looking to take it to A. The paranoia in response, nothing too strange about that. Doesn't give away the stack, but it does send them running. The B side instead being the new target. And Amy, oh wow, what a fight with a stinger. But it's just a sting, not a major blow.
Now, the Toxic Screen doing really nicely for that decay there. Jolina, though, manages to find an advantage here for Ascend on this retake.
Somewhere to play from at least. Great flash. Oh, it's gorgeous. Philippa not able to follow up fully, but has another flash cocked and ready to go. 3 versus 2. They have the advantage. Not comfortable positions to play from, though. BBL, everyone's in danger as Ascend blitz out, but that danger is quickly averted. A triple kill for Vanya and an 8th round for BBL. A stellar performance so far from this squad, and this series is shaping up to be theirs if it continues this way.
What I'm really lacking from Ascend on these retakes here towards B is that they very rarely actually have that uppers presence. It's an angle that BBL have been able to take for themselves for free pretty often, sometimes leading to a backstab on the player's stairs, and other times just having a better crossfire to be set up. And you consistently see 3 players actually going through that broken door instead, which I find is really difficult to actually break through without a breach to stun on sight. But BBL, they change the tempo, and so do Ascend. A quick flank impending from them from C.
It's going to be needed with how quickly BBL have taken this A site, but, well, it'll be slowed down a little bit. This lockdown, there's no way for them to know it, but it's buying time for Ascend to get up close, to make that flank happen. The reposition from Wenz getting behind Rubble. A turret not spotting them till they're right up close. It could be part of the plan. That teleport is heard. Wenz whips the fight, though. Hated the most. Grabbing them a little anchor to play from. Somewhere safe to stand and fight, and they've done just that. Kills across the board in favor. And the defensive side finally has some fight to it. This looks like BBL will be shut down at long last. With Philippa falling, it's confirmed. A 3rd round, at the very least, for the side of Ascend.
9-3. Even if Ascend can't find another one, 9-3 or 8-4 are very comfortable, at least on the defense, to head into the attacking side of Lotus with just how attacker-sided this map is, especially with that lurk potential coming out from the double controllers on the side of Ascend, looking for those backstabs. But BBL Queen, something they did really well, Mitch, in their game up against Falcons, is they're ahead of with their timeouts. They use them very proactively when they are in the lead to continue to move forward and discuss their next steps.
You know, for the side of Ascend, last time that they played this, their attack side was dreadful, right? They got 3 rounds out of all 12 played. That was against Falcons. But before that, up against Falcons, they got 10 rounds, right? And this feeds back into what we've said a million times. The hardest thing to beat, well, harder than beating a team the first time is beating them the second time. Because that second time, they make the adaptations. They know what you're coming with, and you can't play to comfort. They've also played against BBL Queens. It was a little while ago, but in that one as well, it showed their strong attack side. This is definitely a team that, you know, we can look at the overall stats of Lotus, but this team in particular also has that very strong attacking half. If they can push up to 4, I don't think it's unreasonable to see that overtime. And so, yeah, a very good move by BBL to ensure that this lead doesn't just slip away and doesn't amount to, you know, what we saw from Ascend in the last map. They had that final round that they couldn't close out, and that very 4v1 as well, that very well could have been their guaranteed overtime that slipped out of their hands.
Here.
Yeah. Now for BBL in this last round of the first half, they shift back over towards A, an even faster flank actually coming in this time around from Ascend. Amy, the one sticking around for that information to put pressure on this execution with the lockdown to buy time. It's exactly what happens. BBL might just have to turn around straight into Ascend's hands.
Yeah, this is perfect. Only one player now making it to the door. Everybody spread out, scattered, giving opportunities for Ascend to pick them up. 5 versus 4. Spike in tree. A site, though, has slowly been wrestled for by Alkia. It's cleared out a lot of this control. They can't feel very safe in planting just yet. That angle given up. Amy wins it. What? I guess the drop off the stairs. It was an unexpected height change. It's the best I can come up with. Well, that was an expected height change, I guess, that time. Unlucky. And now the spike is open to move to spawn and rotate all the way to C.
Oh, what a way to try to close that gap with that disadvantage in numbers. BBL running towards the C side, like you had mentioned.
30 seconds
Nothing
left.
available here for Ascend as far as ultimates go on this retake. Really gonna have to rely on Spidovka being able to recharge the guiding light as they push back in. Parrot alongside Schnell's entry. She does have a boombot available as well as paint shells. Trying to clear out towards Bend. HTM, that human recon dart that you mentioned, finds nothing over towards Mound as all 4 players of Ascent look to scale up main.
They've got the positions, they've got the util. Nade out already from Schnell, but that prompts the stun to come in. And it's beautiful. Catching Schnell on the way through. Eliminating the duelist. Another falling in the form of Spidovka. Philippe's very low. Maybe something to be picked up on site, and indeed, Hayden has the read on that. Smoke down, angle blocked off. Jolina holding strong, but it's Eva. Oh, manages to line them up. That was perfect. Through the wall and the smoke. What a reaction. And 9 rounds now guaranteed for BBL. An edge to this side coming in to the second half.
Ava has been so clutch throughout this game, not just in that last round, but on Haven as well. She's continuing with the stunning performance that we've seen from her. And Ascend, this was a round that they expected to be able to actually win, that advantage that they found in numbers, but the 4K absolutely mad. And like you mentioned though, Ascend, they have had strong attacking halves before. Their last one up against Falcons didn't go so well here on Lotus, but the analyst was talking about it too. That's because the playstyles are very different. Ascend were waiting to see if anyone on Falcons would push out BBL. A very different look for them because they tend to be aggressive with their map control.
Well, let's see how their defensive side is going to shape up for BBL. This could be the difference between a labored half and a quick and clean close to map number 2. The pistol round. Everything hangs in the balance for the side of Ascend. They're even fighting for this orb with so much caution. You saw them fake it out. Repositioning to avoid the spams in the smoke. Oh, with a minute 10 on the clock. It looks like that was all they wanted to do on C, take the orb. But it has prompted a rotation from BBL as well. An advantage if they push A quickly.
Yeah, they triggered that door towards B too, just to kind of add to that. It's with the smoke up, an easy cross towards Rubble, but you can already tell the timing, like you mentioned, Ascend had to go much faster to catch Ava off guard. BBL have a whiff of this rotation and are completely moving towards the safe side.
Yeah, they've repositioned correctly, but I think that was 2 players spotted by the Tiger, and indeed that is going to prompt the rotation yet again. Ascend happy to move things over. Paranoia slows them, buys some time. There's not much they can do with that time, though. Nade already burned up by Alkia. Blast pack in play, but it's just a sneak through the smoke to try and catch one. A double almost. Wen's able to capitalize for 2. And indeed opens the door for Vanya to close it out with the spike planter drop. Hated the most, the last player with 15 seconds. It went right past Vanya, who couldn't see a thing. That's unfortunate. The corner not cleared in the round for BBL. Double digits on the board. And they seem to be in the home stretch.
Head in my hands, crying right now. Like, it's also the story of just leaving it down to the last 25 seconds too there, right? Ascend really felt the need that they had to commit towards that B site in full because they didn't have time to rotate anywhere else. And BBL just played time against them. And this is a round where you would expect that buy up to come through, but Ascend weren't even able to earn that spike plant, making it that much more daunting economy-wise.
Oh, here we go. Great paranoia, but the nade, oh, that's actually caused some big problems. Philippe is forced out, has to take a close range fight. Plenty of pistols there to pick her up. Vanya, get out of there for the reload, but spikes dropped again, delaying them further. A fight in towards the broken door that has not gone their way. Once again, it's Wen's to stand her ground and find this squad around 11-3. It's not the end of the world that Ascend lost that previous round, but you can see their back is now up against the wall. One final chance to invest everything they've got, and they're 11-3 down. The comeback has to be flawless.
Yeah, they They need this right now. Unable to stop the bleeding whatsoever here on Lotus. They got one round in the sea of many ever since all those rifles did end up coming out. The aggressive look here. BBL, immediate rebel control for them. They're jump spotting towards C as well. It sends Ascend rising for the high, or running for the high hills.
That it does. Yeah, BBL have pushed up on A, but they've started to give it up, realizing that they can't leave this map quite as open. You know, if somebody dies that aggressive on A, the round is over. With 3 players on the C site, you're on a hard retake, and that's not what you want with these weapons. You want them to push into you. So I like the idea to fall back, to give this space over in the late round and just jump spot it. And you can see Vanya's not taking any risks. The second the dog is hurt, she's out.
All that matters is the fact that they initially pressured it in the first place. The fact that Ascend will have to re-clear using their utility and just waiting for this to drop as well, but it's a fake. 45 seconds left on the clock. They rotate back out of A. They draw some rotations here. Jolina might get caught out with her utility.
That's so lucky. Oh, I mean, it didn't work out for Jolina, but the fact that she went for the door, avoided the full flash, was able to at least fight. Still, in a round like this, BBL shouldn't be looking this good. Player in towards the spawn, backing up the rest of the squad. 3 players on the site, and the trades are good. Even the Boombot trading out Alkia. Unfortunately, there's 2 more players alive. Showstopper used. They're both so close to each other. Nice shot to start. Vanya's down. 12 seconds. The plant has to be secured or the kills. And Schnell goes for the ladder. Ascend are still alive. What a round.
5 HP and a dream there for Schnell. What a way to do it. And just when, again, time was running down on them, they need to be able to find their entries and executions earlier as this map continues on, especially if they want to make the climb back up to try and tie things up against BBL here. And that was an expensive round loss on top of that. BBL, extremely strong bonus, whittling it down to 1 player.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You think about that round, it's fun, it's exciting, but it shouldn't have been. This should have been somewhere Ascend were able to come out a little cleaner. Instead, the economy is again on the line. Losing this round, they're really down in the dumps, and BBL will be on map point with 8 in a row needed for Ascend to fight back. This is going to be a constant uphill battle, a gargantuan task for the side of Ascend to get back into this series.
Yeah, with those early triple kills that Wen's found in the first 2 rounds, she's just 1 away from that lockdown at that now into this one. Fighting forward, BBL, they've actually stuck around towards Rubble with 3 players looking to try and counter that one way. Trailblazer doesn't see anything. The fault line as well to delay. It pushes Ascend back towards C, but this time the KJ util actually on this B site, so not as much stall available here.
Alkia, what an aggressive spot to stand in. And without the kill, you're going to have to rely on a lot of stopping utility for this squad. Immediately, Ascend will blitz in, taking the control together. 3 players on site, 2 caught behind on the choke point. Philippe is able to isolate. Oh my god!
No!
3 kills through the smoke! There was 1 player watching it, the rest were hoping it wouldn't come in, assuming nobody had the audacity to just challenge. And challenge was, well, an understatement. Shut down.
Oh, this is... Ava has just been, first off, absolutely insane on defense. Like, her on Sova in the first map on Haven, she was so consistent locking down these sites, taking Ascend off guard with her positioning and be able to just mow them down with her gun. And into this next round as well, Mitch, look at Ascend's money. It was a tough round 3 of the second half for them. They have nothing to work with aside from those Seekers, and Wenz has that lockdown up and ready.
Yeah, let me tell you, when you see the attack side Ares with no shields, that's when you know you're in hot water. I think that might be sold and something else bought up, but either way, it's looking tough out here for the side of Ascend. 8 in a row. And for BBL, their map pick up next, Ascent. Have you heard how good Turkish teams are on that map? The last map of the entire series. If Ascend were to win Ascent, if they were to win their map pick of Split, they'd end up on Pearl, a map they don't play. There is no silver lining for Ascend right now. This is the biggest battle that they've faced to date, and it's not one that's looking likely for them to win. See if they've got something cooking, but Vanya already blows out the flame. Amy, one of the players that's really been on fire, and especially in that previous map, now out of the round. They need another saving grace.
So they've just been doing so well with map control, whether on the defense or the attacking side. Looking to pivot towards B, they might just swing out of this smoke on the side of BBL. Playing it safe instead, not knowing if it was a fake door or not. The alarm bot will give away the ruse, though.
I was thinking about that swing out through the smoke. I thought it was going to happen. It would have been crazy. It would have been silly. But it would have worked.
It would have been BBL.
It would have been BBL, exactly. Just controlled madness. Hello, hello, hello. There we go. Alkia's got it. Schnell down, and the numbers thin out once more. Good flash. Second to come as well. Felipe buying time for those Seekers to fade. Now challenging on the site. And it will be at least the one, leaving it in a 1v4. Nade, lockdown, absolutely everything used. Seekers chasing her, and so is Vanya. Vanya, a little less forgiving than the Sky Ultimate. What an incredible display from BBL. They look on fire today. An undefeated team looking to keep that record, as now the next map up is Ascend, their map pick. It's going to take a lot for Ascend to get back into this one. Let's toss it off to a break and hear what our analyst desk has to say.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control.
BBL, it is another win under their belts, which means we are moving on to serious and championship point. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Kakuka and Ender. That map was just an absolute slaughter, Kakuka, on the side of BBL, a 13-4.
The way that Alkia was running across the map, well, flying across the map with all the utility on her side, the way that Ascent could not do anything from the defense, it was just beautiful to see from BBL why they decided to use this composition and how well it worked for them.
Yeah, honestly, I obviously they just destroyed on the attacking side of things, but I saw a couple of really cool ideas from BBL on defense, specifically after seeing how Ascend sort of lost on this map yesterday, and that was in the pistol round, second round, playing really reserved, sort of having Ascend eat up the clock yet again against them, and then in that second to last round, would they use the flash out of the Omen smoke down towards Rubble to catch out the lurk, delete that from the game. It was really targeted attack, sort of reading where Ascend were trying to play around the map. Really smart play, I think, on the defense to only drop the one round there.
Yeah, and all of that was thanks to the fact that they had the biggest cushion ever on their attack side, 9-3. And if we take a look at some of those rounds, round 6 and round 12, especially, even when Ascend had some advantages, it just didn't end up going their way at all.
Yeah, you know, they had a couple of clutch rounds, but here, Alkia is just destroying them on the entry. It looks like everything is lost for them. They just couldn't really anchor onto the site and just got put in a really, really tough position. Obviously, they were on the eco to start things off, but yeah, I just don't really know what else you're meant to do when Alkia is just killing all 5 of your players. Ascender sort of scattered a little bit, trying to find the shots over the top there, but Alkia was going to win those every time with the Phantom in hand.
And we talk about momentum, the feeling that the players have on the server. And for BBL, everything worked. So many set plays that we knew were coming. I mean, it's their playstyle, is where they feel most comfortable. And I think this was just one of many showings. A beautiful ace. And in the follow-up, the way that also sometimes it looked like Ascend were not very sure on how to execute the retakes, how much they were investing onto things. And even when that investment is made, how to proceed from it. To me, it's really a reflection of what happened on Haven and not knowing exactly what's the last step. For example, Jelena pushing through her own wall when I don't think it's necessary, and just listen to the gist of it.
And look how brutal this round was as well, because this is one where Ascend, it looked like they had it, right? It goes into a 1-on-2, but Ava had a phenomenal round, getting the 2 kills at the end there, of course, but also even down in numbers, BBL's decision in that mid round to unload all of their util on that choke from the main entrance into the site, it made it really hard for Ascend to get back in there. And one of the things that I think went wrong for Ascend in that play was they had the Omen ult, and they used it with everyone on the flank to scout out Mound to see if there was a player there. No one was there, and had that ult been used on site or towards Waterfall, something like this, and spotted out a few more players, maybe their chances are better, but in the moment, just a decision like that doesn't guess quite right, and all of a sudden you're walking into an absolute meat grinder of utility and spray.
Yeah, it just felt like everything went BBL's way, even when they were in 3v4s, they still managed to win out. There we saw an ace from Alkia already, but the rest of everything else that she was doing on this map was just crazy, and it's about to get crazier because we're about to see the Turkish Jet go on to Ascend. And Kakuka, if there's anything we know about Turkish Jets and Alkia in particular, if she even remotely does 50% of her performance she had here on Lotus, that Ascend is going to be insanely hard for Ascend.
I think that also we need to think about the fact that for next map, Ascend has decided to start on the attack on Ascend, and we know what that means for Alkia. It's just exactly what you were doing just right now. Just repeat it. Just be free. Your team is going to have your back. It's going to be supporting you with utility. Just, go be free. This time she's not going to have the showstopper, but I don't think that's going to make any difference to her performance.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's obviously going to be a huge threat on both sides. Like, she just goes absolutely zooming in there on the Jet and had a phenomenal performance in this game. I don't want to take anything away from her in that regard. I do want to try to inflate this Ascend team for a moment, though, because right now it is dire straits, right? They're down 0-2. Even if they do go on to win the next 2 maps, there's a Pearl looming at the end that they have 0 games on as these 5 players on the team of Ascend. That is a huge journey. But in this 3rd map they're going to be heading into on Ascent, they had a phenomenal performance yesterday. You heard them talking about it before the show, saying that yesterday's Ascent game was the best game they have ever played together as a team, and I agree. Looking at their attacking side, they only dropped a single rifle round. They are absolutely on the ball when it came to their entries into sites and also their post plants, playing so well against alongside one another, whether it was holding crossfires on more passive lines on site, whether it was flashing that up into heaven on A site and looking for the peak, looking to take fights. They were playing a very fluid style of attack, and I think if there was any map in the pool that they were going to take off BBL, it is Ascent coming up next.
In here, I'm looking at Lara, I'm looking at Hated the most. She has to be the one making the call, just lifting up the team, and actually, you know, getting those ideas to a good end. Do you remember how in Mean Girls, Lindsay Lohan starts failing on purpose because she wants a guy to like her, and Mrs. Norbury tells her, you know, the thing about your exam is that all the plan is good. It's just the result that is wrong. So what is going on with you? I think that, Ascend needs to stop failing on purpose.
Honestly, what you're trying to say is that they need to join the mathletes? Is that what you're trying to say?
Mathletes. They need to be statisticians. Get that AC up, ACS up.
Let's take a look at the agent select now. Again, a map where we rarely ever see any changes. This is pretty standard when it comes to the meta. Both teams should be running pretty similar things as well. But I think it's quite interesting that we feel like if it's any map that Ascend can win is Ascend, because I mean BBL, they're just phenomenal on this map, right? It's going to be hard either way.
No, they absolutely are. And the good news is there's prep that you can do, right? You know that Alkia on this first half when she's on defense is just going to run up catwalk. If you try to do a grouped up A hit, like, you're going to have very fast flanks activated against you, in the same way that sometimes with the rifle or with the off in hand, she's going to go for the bottom mid push, try to get up onto the front side of Sabrosa, hold that line aggressively into tiles that peers into B lobby. So you know the types of things Alkia wants to do. The difficulty is there's so many different plans that she has that it's always going to be a coin toss round what she's going for.
My eyes are on Eva and Felipa also for the supportive utility. I think that they did an amazing job on the previous map, and I think that this is just going to be a little bit more of it.
Yeah, this is it. Ascend, they have to win here if they want to keep their dreams alive of making it to Sao Paulo. Midge and Ash, I can't wait to see if they can indeed make this comeback.
Oh, it's going to be tough, Yinsu. At this point, 3 maps in a row is already a pretty big task. But Ash, looking at Ascent, I mean, they've played it 6 times this series, 3 attack starts, 3 defense starts. All of them were between 13-6 and 13-8. This is by far their map. This is, I'm surprised they didn't start out this series here. I'm expecting domination.
It's really scary. When we were talking about the map pick ban, the series of maps that we saw in that order, we were really expecting Ascend to be able to take Lotus, especially considering the fact that for BBL, they went 7-0 in the group stage, right? They've only dropped 3 maps so far within the entirety of stage 3, and 2 of those were on Lotus. That was the best shot that we expected for Ascend Rising. However, starting out on this attacking half first does give me that hopium here, Mitch, because for Ascend, if they can find that plant on site, they won 9 out of 9 of their post plants up against Falcons yesterday.
For Ascend, this is starting to feel like a Mighty Ducks kind of storyline for them. Coming in on Ascend to start their comeback, facing off against a team that this season has just been untouchable, unbeatable at the best of times. And now they're on their best map to try and close this one out. I mean, very best of luck all around, but it's going to be a tough battle starting with the pistol. As Ascend on their attack, find one. It's traded out, but that gives them the space to grab a plant. BBL waiting for the retake as 4.
Still not planting yet, though. Anticipating that instant pressure, just trying to tap it and bait these players out. But BBL, so patient. They even fall back from that paranoia. Drone on Vanya trying to break this door, but a great one-way to delay here from Ascend.
It's well handled. Let's see if Ascend are going to be able to fight, though, after the battle comes in. That's a little awkward. Goomba stomped. Alkia able to take down Speedovka. Schnell's going to take space, though. Look at this, a quick bit of movement with a frenzy in hand, and it looks like that might just be the factor that wins them the round. Just Ava left and tagged up through that smoke as well. The reload heard. They know exactly where she is or where she was, and the turret now, as dangerous as can be, they can just sit down and let this round win itself. But Schnell jumps the gun, takes the round here and now, 1-0.
Really nicely done there from Ascend. Something that we kind of saw from BBL. There was a hit towards a site on Haven. BBL did something very similar where they were tapping that spike, just trying to bait Ascend in, and just a page straight out of their books in that kind of regard. Of course, BBL didn't end up doing it, but the crossfire is so strong there in Ascend's post plant. That's 1-1 for now. I probably will lose count as the series goes on there, Mitch. But Ascend Rising, they need to make this a very strong bonus going into round number 3 to find an early lead.
Especially because there's only classics on the other side, right? Like, this really isn't somewhere you expect to lose a lot. And look at the diligence on the way through. I'm assuming that they might have seen those players on the right. They definitely heard them shoot at the knife. Either way, information is there. There's classics and they're close. Not a fight you typically want to take. But with a minute 10 on the clock, a turret watching outside B, and I think it's Amy just watching mid, you're pretty comfortable to just slow this round down. Let BBL make a mistake.
Yeah, especially when you're not giving anything away either. BBL, the squad that likes to go for that map control, especially on those eco rounds. But jump spotting there for Vanya. HTM with the recon. Oh, that is Schnell's green light to head on in.
The dive in is good. Ascend winning all of their fights on the way through. That 3-player stack on A, it quickly becomes a dominant site control for Ascend. Now they can just slow this down, wait out the rest of the round. The spike, probably how a lot of these BBL players are going to fall. And you can see they are just sat down in towards middle, hoping that they can catch somebody overextending, somebody peeking. And right now, Ascend could lose a player. They've had a very clean round. Sure, low HP on Hated and on Jolina. The chances of BBL actually converting those kills and making this costly are very low. And even if they got both of those, that would still be one weapon lost, thanks to Speedovka playing this round with just the Ghost. I think it was Jolina, but they've swapped over to allow Speedovka to go hunting. I like that idea as well. And it looks like, oh, she's not going to find them just yet, but she's certainly setting them running, trying to get those old orbs. And it won't happen. Everyone dead to the spike.
Yeah, just trying to deny that early null command from coming to fruition, right? The fact that Speedovka has been the one to kind of prioritize that ultimate farming there, just a couple more away. So didn't want to risk anything knowing that BBL were heading into their rifling round. But a very solid anti-eco on the side of Ascend to bolster round number 3 for themselves. We could even look to continue to prioritize that ult, but now that the rifles are up, BBL, they're taking these more aggressive angles here in A main.
Yeah, very quickly looking to duel, just disrespecting the knife that's there, but the info gets Alkia to play with a flash and a dash. It ain't gonna work to start, though. Opening duel not secured. And Ascend are able to breathe a little bit into the later stage of the round. That's something at least, and that's something that Kakuka touched on, how you're going to see Alkia be free to take a lot of these duels. And that's very much what we want to see happen, with them having a defensive start on this map. A peculiar choice from Ascend to pick up the attack, but let's see if them having control over the ebb and flow of the rounds is going to be as big a benefit as they hope it will be.
It's a nice turret for Amy as well to spot that cat control that Alkia was looking for, because that drone spotted out Vanya, so Ascend know that there are 3 players stacked towards the A site.
Okay, Alkia got there in the end, but it's a little shaky to start. Trades, though, from Philippa. They're good to start with 20 HP, though the fallback not easy, not possible by the looks of things. Weapons to be retrieved, but Ascend still haven't dealt with all of these players. Vanya sitting on the side. Support coming through as well.
Left.
Looks like Ava's going to be here.
Standing
It's
ahead.
a great recon. Doesn't ping anyone, though, but the time is running down.
Yeah, 18 seconds. They've got to make a move. They've got to go for this plan sooner rather than later. But Wenz could be flanking them out from Tree. She's been heard stepping up close. Hated, ready to take this fight. 2 players on the corner beckoning her in, asking her to swing. And she will, eventually. But it's 2 kills that go her way, baiting them into that wide swing. 1 at a time they fall. Still, with 5 HP, the chances are low to convert this Jolina, the clutch meister, so far in this season. And it looks like it continues. Another added to her tally with a triple kill under her belt. Ascend go out with the 3rd.
Yeah, a hot start for Ascend Rising here in the first half of Ascent. Something that they needed, a strong first half to not be stuck on that climb back up into the second to make this 3rd map more doable for them. It's going to be an eco round here for BBL. Sheriffs across the board, but you can't count them out knowing what we've seen today.
You know, there's a miniature battle going on as well between... Oh my goodness, that's a major battle! Straight dash into the play. Look, just 1 traded out afterwards. That's not the worst start for Ascend. I think you're going to be pretty happy with that. Nade out as well, confirms Wine is clear. And the A site now seems to be under pretty heavy threat. Knife already used by Speedovka. And so if you look, really, I guess you're going to want the drone to go through A. Double check that these players aren't in the positions that they're in, watching the cross and tucked in close. I like that Wenz hasn't overextended either. She doesn't want to give a fight away, and well, she ends up taking one.
I cannot use that.
3v3 situation, and Ascend their Sardine forces an ultimate command to be used in this round. For the fragment just in time here.
Oh, that position peeked out. Ava's good to grab one, Philippa on another, and all of a sudden, it's Hated the most, who's in a pretty sticky situation. And try to get this res up from nice and safe. And it looks like it will come through. The spam's caught. She's trying to catch them as they look to take that player down. It was actually Speedovka immediately rezzed, immediately swinging and joining the fight. That helped out for Ascend. A little bit shaky, but as far as a beginning to a map like Ascent goes, starting on the attack side as well, you really couldn't ask for much more.
No, I really like, this was gross. I still can't believe Alki actually got one after she dashed up there, but speaking of the end of that round, I like that HM actually didn't go to close the door here. It allowed them to really play to the strengths of their rifles, just take that duel together instead of giving BBL that opportunity to try and either rotate around, pick up some weapons in A main, or just switch up their positions. Made the read a lot easier for Ascend Rising in that situation. But a timeout now to be called by BBL. They're down 4 rounds in a row, and they are snowballing up to a couple ultimates here, but the placement of the orbs don't exactly favor the defenders.
Yeah, that's the thing. You got to take risks, right? Very aggressive early round stances. Also, typically ones that you can't retreat from. Certainly not cleanly. It's not like a straight dash out or anything like that. There's always a risk associated with it. For the side of BBL, I don't think they're going to be worried, though. This is a squad that's shown their prowess on both sides of the map. They know this one like the back of their hand, and so far at this stage, they have been untouchable on it. No losses. As I said, 6 times they played it. Each one, like 3 and 3 attack and defense side starts. That's the crazy thing, that they have the consistency regardless of which side they're on. We're yet to see that really emerge on this map. Plenty of time, though.
Yeah. Look at the way that BBL is stacked towards this A site, expecting Ascend to continue with their A main default. Not the case whatsoever. That dark cover covers up Tree, not allowing Cat to have that information from Alkia, as Chanel's already snuck into arches here on an island, but they're setting up for a hit towards this B site and for Chanel to find that entry through mid.
They're very slow around as they attempt to, I guess, drag some rotations to be through mid, somewhere for Chanel to pick them up. Drones in. Safe distance as well. It's cleared out a lot of control. They're not entirely sure where Wenz is. Even spamming inside the smoke. They have a good read on this. The suspicion is correct. And now they find out the hard way. Wenz picking up one, repositioning, and Amy! A triple kill! She's caught them all, trying to burst back into the site. attempting to help out Wens, and that has not gone according to plan. What a ridiculous round from Amy.
I mean, when it comes down to Amy, she might be that insane lurking Killjoy or Cypher, the Sentinel player, no matter the map. But Ascent in particular, I feel, has always been her playground as far as being able to get those timings down. She's so comfortable on this one in particular. And of course, as expected, it will be a save here for Alkia. It gives the opportunity where if Alkia with the hero rifle can find something early on, she gets that Blade Storm up, she can pop it into the next round and toss the Vandal over towards somebody else. But BBL, this was a massive round that they needed to find success on to try stop that bleeding and actually swing it a bit more into their favor. At the very least, scoreline doesn't tell the whole story there, Mitch, because the money situation on Ascend, every round has come down to the wire except for that last one, so we're not too comfortable yet.
That is absolutely outrageous. The second kill there was ridiculous. The third, I think she was just spraying for the sake of it, and then, oh, I got another. Okay, I'll take it. Ridiculous performance. And yeah, Ascend, look, 5-0 in the lead. This is the dream start to a comeback. Now, let's not forget, like, when they played Falcons the first time, 8-4 half on attack. Great start. They lost that map. So
don't remind me.
Is it right? It's not exactly like it's a guaranteed victory, but it's the building blocks are falling into place right now. And we just have to hope that no one's going to huff and puff over on that BBL side. And they certainly got to be irritated falling behind by this much on a map that's a staple of this team's performance.
She's so aggressive coming out from Ben, and she looks for something, but it's not there. It's Alkia instead with the Vandal. 3K and Philippa to follow up. Amy alone not caught out by the 0 point. However, irretrievable here for the spike. Goes for the fight, and a swing out from Ava closes this round. BBL off a hero play from Alkia find their first.
Well, that's kind of ridiculous. I mean, the initial peak from Vanya, like, it was a great paranoia. That triple spray, the transfer on a player that thankfully was almost in the same position, just a little further away. But it's a transfer onto a headshot as well. That deep into a Vandal spray after 90-degree flicking to take down the second player. I'll take that. Look, that's a gorgeous return to form. And, well, Kukuka talked about Alkia being free. She certainly looked to be carefree in that round. This one, not so much. Op shot missed, and the knife took away any dash. It's going to be a lot of space conceded by the side of BBL.
Yes and no. I think that knowing that Heaven isn't quite covered, they're still going to have Alkia posted up with the operator here.
That they are, and the dash was still online. Thanks, I guess, to that knife. Having landed earlier, at least they anticipated a paranoia. Plan going down towards Jenny. Everybody avoids the paranoia. Now they're ready to fight. Vanya, good to find 2. Needs a little bit more. 3 might do. They are fragging on the site, but it has to be an ace from Vanya. Or, hold on, maybe not an ace. The res coming through. At least attempted. Looked away for a second. It's cost extra time. Philippa's back up. Here come the spams. No spams. In fact, just repositioning. Schnell's on the left. It's going to be checked, but not cleared. Vanya down, and it's on Philippa to try and recover. 2 players, 1 unknown. Okay, there's the info. Both players quantifiable at this point, but defusing in this situation, it's next to impossible. They're both swung out. They're both denying, and in the end, it will be a round 1 for Ascend.
That was such a nice micro attempt there from Vanya, regardless, though. The fact that she's able to find 3 hits up Philippa and then continue the position towards Hell. I saw the vision there for BBL, but Jolina on the other side of things, the other Omen to also find a 3K and equalize in this round. They're really going head-to-head in that kind of regard. Ascend Rising, though, used up 2 ultimates in that last one. Don't really have anything to use in this execution. I'm looking towards BBL to find success with that lockdown in Hunter's Fury.
Oh, that's big. No utility, and especially no Killjoy utility to slow them down. But Ascend slow themselves down. Yeah, the intention doesn't seem to be to hit the B site. Very much indicating that in the beginning of the round. But you can see the lurk in play. Now look, Jolina, sure, towards A, but has her ultimate, right? So she can rejoin the team anytime she wishes. It's the fact that they don't follow up on that initial knife. And now BBL have 4 players stacked it up. That's a crazy rotation. I guess just the alarm bot on mid gives them a ton of confidence. They've left A entirely now.
Yeah, it's completely empty. I mean, Ascend have done the conditioning, right? It's been fast A hits through and through, fighting for that orb control, changing it up, knowing that BBL also fight forward on that site, expecting more of a turtle play here on side of BBL towards B. A judge waiting around the corner.
Oh, this could be huge. That lockdown for A retake won't be necessary. It's the judge up close, shredding them. An attempted res. Plenty of players here to spam, though. You're not getting back up, not getting back in the fight, that's for sure.
30 seconds.
Some weaker weapons in play, but BBL come out looking strong. And the plant has gone in on A, but because Wen survived all this time, they can now make the very play they wanted to. That teleport is interesting. Great position. Jolina gets up in their face in heaven. But look, Vanya, not expected in the slightest. That is huge. And Wens didn't even need to use the lockdown. I think the reason that we saw them leave A so open being that, okay, we'll just, if they take it, unlucky, right? They didn't run into our stack, but we'll go back, we'll pop that lockdown in and find the win. And when they push into your B play, there's 4 players ready to fight. And they found out the hard way, that's not an ideal duel to take.
No, I mean, you have one judge. Who was it? I think Vanya was also on a Bucky there
yeah,
in that round. So it's just like shotguns galore, waiting outside of the singular choke point. No mid information there for the likes of Ascend either. This was just a slaughterhouse in towards B main with that close contact play. For on the side of Ascend, they weren't expecting that whatsoever. And it's just that macro sense of the game coming out from both teams.
This time again, utility heard inside of B main. Knife for back B. They thought this was going to be a much more passive hold, but BBL are still up close. Look at Wen's position. That flash, gorgeous though. No chance for Wens to do damage. Philippa, they know, was at least towards the spawn. Great lineup on the Hunter's Fury, following through with some fights. And the fact that Vanya was spotted so early on, oh, they're not expecting Philippa. There's the flash. They know that she's here now. They'd spotted her just seconds before. 65 HP and not a clean fight taken. 3 players alive on Ascend, and it looks like it might be in the bag. Big clutch needed from Ava. And she's been unbelievable. Fighting it out with Jolina for the most clutches thus far, but Jolina ends that dream there. She wants that accolade this stage. 7 on the board for the side of Ascend. The lead extends a little bit further in their favor.
A guaranteed lead going into the next half as well, at the very least here for Ascend Rising. Operator back online here for Alkia. For Wens, I'm looking for, at these B hits, she's playing so far forward into that knife. I'd like to see her falling back, playing more for that stairs angle, because Spadovka is consistently just throwing it on that back wall in B main, and she's getting caught out, unable to delay. Instead, they're doubling up, playing for this operator, but again, pushed off the angle.
Up drop dash, and it's caught a little short. Oh no, Schnell's fallen into the alleyway. Wens though, I mean, I think every piece of utility on the other team landed at her feet. That's an unfortunate one. Recon not revealing too much. Time going to be passing, and a shot through the wall. I love the attempt. Hasn't quite worked out this time. The reposition from Ascend looks like they'll be taking this elsewhere.
Look how quickly Vanya's looking to reposition outside of A, though. She was sprinting with the amount of players that BBL knew were hovering outside of B main. Now has that top mid control. Ascend expecting it. They're watching.
This timing is everything for Vanya. They're all lined up. That's a quick and clean double. And the A side open for business. Ascend running it down to get that plant and claim what little advantage they can. How? Duel after duel going in her favor. She knows exactly where the last player is. The paranoia is perfect. And Speedovka, okay, actually does very well to find that first, considering the situation she was in. But very quickly, it comes to a close. BBL, 3 rounds now on the board, guaranteeing themselves at least some sort of a foothold on this map, but there's still plenty more to be done. And of course, they're just buying time for Alki to get the op.
Man, that was also, I know Wens actually went down early there I wasn't the most fond of her positioning outside of B main, but she managed to pop all of her utility just in time to stall that push enough where Alkia could reposition and then forces that rotation. And Vanya, so much time bought with the fact that she's able to just run straight out of A, find that timing, and the fact that it's the second that they all look away from top mid is when she swings. Previously, there had usually been 2 players holding there while they were crossing and lulled into a false sense of security, therefore Ascend. And heading into this next round, Ascend on the brink of having their money broken.
Could be a devastating close to the half. After being so dominant, 7-5 still possible, and if they lose this, you could say likely. Blade Storm for Schnell. Big on the entry, and the knife is avoided to start this out, so you're still going to have that to work with. Dash already been activated. If she wants to use it, it has to be now, and it looks like that'll be avoided. So some of the early entry from Ascend definitely slowed down. The brakes pulled.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is Ascend, usually we see them going for that forward on the split, right? Seems like they've been trying to counter that in the sense of having Amy stick with the team instead of lurking like previously. She had been getting caught out on those first 2 maps on Haven and Lotus. But Alkia's positioning right now, she's all the way pushed up in B main. For BBL, they have to just play for mid and A site right now, knowing that B is on lock. Ascend shifting back around for late mid control.
Good recon up top, fired from outside of A main. Hunter's Fury to follow up, clear out some of these positions, but it's doing nothing for them. All the while, Vanya is stood there now on 1 HP with 4 kills under her belt. That is absolutely ridiculous. They had such a good setup. They put the recon in, they had their smoke up, they just want a little bit of space, and Vanya just shuts down any notion of such a thing. Frankly, unbelievable.
How do you get 4 there? There's the Hunter's Fury going out as far as just causing all that chaos on site, but to refocus back into this next round, B was working really well for Ascend previously. BBL, though, a much different look. They're going for instant mid-aggression. Might even look to crunch with the flash up top.
Yeah, look, the Cloudburst concealing, but not everyone was blind. Jolina still able to see. Is cleanly picking up that first. As BBL now just give up on any hope of an aggressive play for a weak buy. Not that weak of a buy, but you're certainly seeing some weaknesses in terms of shields, in terms of weaponry as well for Amy, who had to go very low to play this one out. Opening it up like that is exactly what you want to see. And Vanya, oh, she's in trouble. She's out though. Okay, Vanya's safe, but there's still a couple more players here. Try and crunch on this Ascend squad. Leap, unlucky that she wasn't caught. That smoke just about blew me. She ran through. Schnell was ready.
Wentz has the lockdown though, not able to have that timing. The smoke dropping. Vanya, good for another. It's a 2v3 situation. Ascend, plenty of time to pivot.
Yeah, it's the right call. It really is. Jolina out of there. They lose a player on the fade back, but at least time will be a little bit more on their side. 1 smoke to play with 30-second refresh on the other. Not likely we see that one used. Certainly not to great effect. The smoke up top, somewhere that we've seen Jolina already occupy when she'd gone for these TP plays. It's going to be in the back of the mind of BBL on the way through. That's why they're using the drone here, clearing everything out. Down below, wide open. That's a lot less on their mind, but 2 players towards short, it's not an expected play. In fact, it's going to be the late flank play. Jolina might be a little too late, though. She has to come back, and a 1v1 isolated. The spray good, though. A 3rd kill for Jolina. A 4th needed. 4 bullets down to just a few. Caught in the corner and taken down.
No time.
Quite low, and in fact, it might just be too low.
Yeah, it's over there. 8-4 for Ascend. Rising, buying just enough there with the tuck in from Jolina. And like you were saying, Mitch, that short play, really nice from Ascend, doubling up in that situation, knowing the Owl drone was still available to clear on site. No one wanted to get caught out there if you're Jolina or HTM. So swap sides now, though. Ascend. We saw this before. We saw it yesterday up against Falcons Vega, and they lost out on defense. It was the same score line, a very strong attacking side, but the question remains is if they can continue to kind of keep the coordination on lock. We saw them falling apart. We saw them taking 1v1s even in the last 2 maps.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, you know, the second time they play Falcons, they'd made adjustments, but that was to the same team, right? You can easily make those adjustments, you know, 3 days later. The thing is, this is a different squad. They play differently, and will the reads be the same? Have they watched the tape? Well, we'll find out soon. BBL, well, oh, okay. They were in the site, but Jolene is able to shut it down. And so we've ended up with a split defense. 2 players either side, isolated in their fights. But BBL are giving up that control, looking for flanks at this point, and there's none there. Nobody to isolate. In fact, this slower play is going to allow Ascend to group up.
Same thing for BBL, though, at the very least, which is smarter. To try and push the limit in towards defender side spawn is a massive risk with that spike in hand as well. It's all looking over towards this A side, but if they continue to go slowly, Ascend, they'll have the timing for that backstab. Smoke, not gonna actually clear out towards A main. BBL just poking up in towards heaven, seeing what they can find. Ascend playing it so quiet, they don't want to give anything away.
30 seconds left.
And there's the plant. Cemented now. A little open, allowing those Heaven players to stay somewhat aggressive. It's Jolena who's going to have some trouble. And players to clear out on the way. The rest of the squad all grouped up together. They might almost just use the main body of these troops to distract, to draw the eye of their opponents. Oh no! Vanya from the side! That's her 4th kill of the round. Oh, this pistol has fallen to pieces for Ascend, and it's just because of one player. Vanya sure falls in the end, but the damage was already done. A 5th found for BBL. And a start to this half that Ascend wanted to avoid.
How do you lose those? Just eyes too focused towards backside there. I think they anticipated, okay, we did have that forward positioning on Heaven, that BBL would have pushed beyond them, and they just didn't expect a singular player to be playing close. And this is a massive pistol pickup for BBL as well to start to close the gap early here into the second half.
3 suppressed.
All these players caught up close don't stand much of a chance. The run and gun in full effect. And even the Ghost winning out the fight, making ghosts of their opposition. 6 on the board now for BBL. A convincing follow-up round and a lot of credits saved over. Opportunity to invest, and indeed you're going to see Felipa purchasing something. It looks like it will be a Bulldog that they've settled on. The most healthy, the strongest gun they can get while keeping the economy perfect for the next round, even if they get stomped out of this.
Ooh. Only ultimates up in this round. Gonna be the From the Shadows on the side of Vanya. We've seen her use it very aggressively before, so I actually wouldn't be surprised to see her kind of pull it out to catch Ascend off guard, or even use it to find that additional information as an effort to convert this bonus. But very slow start once again. Dark cover denies any vision. But a free orb to be farmed here by BBL. Ava being that kind of solo lurk towards that A site just to report back on who's playing there, what util she sees being used, playing an off angle, expecting some sort of push to come through. And all that delay util now no longer available here for Amy. There's just one nanoswarm to delay that push on towards lane, but off of that contact, it gets used so early.
So many of them about to burst through. And they've got the control for free, actually. The fight abandoned by Amy as she falls back towards the boathouse. 2 players here. Paranoia doesn't catch either by the looks of things. And hated the most. Okay, the first is found, but the trades are so quick and clean. BBL have now found themselves in the position with rifles in the back of that site, ripe for the taking. And a plant found, with the advantage being theirs. 1 woman up. And Ascend have to, well, clear everything on the way back through. Even Schnell, you know, main is clear. That's the call right now. And seconds later, Ava will actually be coming around that corner. She's biding her time for the time being. There's the info. 2 spotted close. They know where Omen is. They have absolutely everything to play with here. And nothing is let go. Absolutely gorgeous. Even Ava on that late main flank. to close out the round. One behind, and what was an incredible lead for Ascend has quickly come back to a close game. And Ash, we've seen this story before.
We really have, especially with losing that anti-eco for the side of Ascend Rising. Things are looking rough. BBL's best opportunity to tie things up here, 8-8. And for the side of Ascend, I like the idea there. Okay, Amy, she uses her util early, knowing that she's going to push back onto site, waiting for the second cycle of that, I believe, the 0 point to come back through there for Philippa, and not having to be concerned about getting caught out due to the fact that she doesn't have any util to pop anyways. But just getting stuck back boathouse too. I think especially when you have those mollies to deal with in Wens and Philippa, it makes the angles really difficult to try and mobilize around there. For Ascend, I'd like to see a bit more proactivity, I think, on their defense right now. They're not going too much for that early information.
Well, there's pistols in play for the side of Ascend, so I imagine they'll go for some early fights at the very least in this round. We're looking at a likely tied up scoreline for BBL. The momentum certainly in their favor, the wind in their sails. And we did see Ascend take a loss of a couple rounds last time. The recovery not expected to start here. And the drone out. It's going to clear up close on the right. Amy spotted, hated the most. They've clocked exactly where she is. No utility that can save Amy from that position. Flash out. No peeks to come through on the other side. Very, very clean. They've avoided taking any unnecessary risks here.
There's a nice initial nanoswarm for the way too, but a quick flank already impending.
Here.
By the looks of things, Ascend actually have a bit of a fight to them in this round. Some teeth to the buy after all. Jolina's picked another. Vanya up close, spotted on the way through, and they're trading instantly. This is looking clean with Philippa needing to clutch it out, and she is eliminated. Ascend, I thought this was going to be an equalizer round, that the recovery would be in the next. I was wrong.
Thrifty.
What a way to swing the momentum into their favor, to cut BBL down after they found that initial bonus round in the last one. Ascend must be feeling good. That's a round that you really need to help with that morale, especially after getting bonused, I think, to kind of bring that mental back, bring a little bit of that hype back for the team as well, and add to that confidence there for the squad. So nice adjustments, but it's a question of how they continue on now that the rifles are back in play, right? Ascend, they're not afraid to push out on those ecos, but have been playing very respectful towards BBL's attacking side thus far.
There we go. Hated the most, spraying away on the Odin. The shock darts are in. The damage, well, not quite done just yet. No marks found. Ascend stands strong still. Dash is coming in. The site about to be under heavy threat, but Ego does force their pathing to change a little bit. Amy up close, blindsided. Now the Odin on site, headshot angle, but, well, headshot is delivered to Hayden. Ascend, well, 3 versus 5. Having to fight their way back through the recovered rifles. This will be difficult.
Variable removed.
Yeah, 2v5 situation. When still in logs, crossfires to be had. Just contact plays here. Vanya looking to rotate over, be that first one contact. Goes aggressive actually up against Jolina. So get off cut. His call is to save. Schnell and Jolina will be able to comfortably buy into the next round, but money has run out, therefore hated the most in Amy. I think what's difficult is that we're seeing Ascend on this B site, Mitch, continuing to post up in the same positions every single round. You got Amy playing towards stairs, and then you've got HTM leaning towards back site, and it hasn't been panning out. They aren't getting as aggressive towards B main or in positions to fully fall off for a 5-person retake.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's this weird middle ground between the two stances. And we're seeing that in a couple of different ways. Like, you see over towards Switch, the adaptation from Ascend is to throw the nade there to make it uncomfortable for Alkia. But what ends up happening is Alkia is now just repathing, so she's with her teammate, swinging the stairs, and actually catching Amy off guard because she's not expecting someone to be that close, like swinging right around the corner as she's looking to play her further away. So it ends up backfiring. This time the dash is, hey, it's going to be caught. I was going to say it's made it past the nade, but right into the waiting arms of Schnell. Now that's a better adaptation. Being able to take the fight on the player that you've put on the back foot, that you've made uncomfortable. Ascend may be able to reap the rewards of this, but it will be a retake on A. Again, though, a clean 5-man retake. This is what we wanted to see.
Exactly. Schnell also with the blade storm available if they want to take some of those upper angles. Vanya's getting aggressive though into heaven.
Crazy. Oh, she's crazy. She's going for it. She's caught the first. Oh, but that's all. Thankfully stopped before it could get too out of hand. A trade down to a 1v1. Wen's 23 HP. Lockdown, not going to be used here. Not too useful. Not with the time left. Oh, and the shot through the...
No! No!
That is unbelievable. She was going to throw another nano before she even got a chance. Shot through the smoke, and then the residual nano from the grave. That's unbelievable.
Turn the replay off. I don't want to watch it again.
I want to watch it again. 0.5 speed. That's crazy. Look at this. Oh no, she stepped back in. She stepped back in. She forgot. Ah! It's the heat of the moment. You know, these things happen. You get blindsided. You kill them. Oh, I'll just go defuse. Nope. Ain't that simple sometimes. Oh, Hunter's Fury. Look at it. Catching them all, sending them running. And Jolina's waiting. That's a response from Ascend. Finally, 2 versus 1, 1 versus 1, and it's Ava. The player has been winning so many clutches this stage, and let's add another to the tally. Oh no!
If you're not a good shot
I
today,
cannot believe Ava's consistency throughout this best of 5 series. I feel like every single time we actually watch her point of view from our incredible observers, she's getting a 3K when she's stuck in that kind of crunch. Ascend, they start that round off so fast as well. The fact that they've conditioned their much more passive takes. Even the round before, they had Amy set up on B, but then she ran towards A, expecting that null command and allowing them to still divvy up the team on that spacing. But BBL, when it comes straight down to the wire, have consistently been so clutch, and they find double digits first.
That's got to be like a record, a speed run record. Losing a 1v0 and then a 2v1 in the space of, I'm going to say 30 to 45 seconds. Unbelievable. I mean, you're going to want a timeout after that for sure. Take a breather, you know? Wow. And I can't even blame them. I think in moments like that, in the last round we just saw, that is Ava being Ava. It's being consistent all season long. I was saying coming into this map, they're both herself and Jolina are tied when it comes to pretty much every stat, to be honest. Like a lot of the stats that matter, they're pretty much neck and neck. But the interesting thing was like clutch percentage is very close to being the same. The number of clutches is the same, which is, I don't even know how to read that when you look at how few games BBL have played. If anything, I want to read it as Ava's the reason BBL wins so many dominant games. Because when they make a mistake, when their opponent has the perfect adaptation, she'll come through and just do something ridiculous like that.
Not even just Ava, though. I feel like every player on the side of BBL has that ability of heating things up. Speaking of which, Alkia, such a consistent tip of the spear for this team, finding 2 immediately on that entry. Spadovka's stuck.
Oh no! There was a lot going right for them here. There's a lot more going right. Amy's come in, sheriff in hand, and taking control of the round. Hated the most, was so unlucky to get caught through the smoke there. But you'll take that as a resurgence. When's? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I was thinking, like, I don't know what kind of clock is in your head, but that is the wrong timing. Luckily, though, she's got her own lockdown. Is that where her mind's going? No, not with the glass broken. Surely not. 25 bullets, fully locked and loaded, ready to take these players down. First swarm already out. Not doing too much. The second one, though, is going down below. They need to shoot this immediately. Oh, no, it's actually on the right side. And so Amy's able to post up, hold her ground, and take her third one tap of the round. Double digits for both sides. They're tied up, and Amy needs all the praise for that. What an unreal performance.
Yeah, the difference maker there in that one in particular. The thrifty rounds here for Ascend have been the successful ones that we've seen here time and time again. Now, though, nothing left to work with. Amy had extended the lockdown just to buy time and force Wens to rotate around, which means that there's nothing to help them break back into sight if Wens uses hers. And Ava's got a Hunter Sphere on top of that. The post plant for BBL about to be so strong. The shift over for Ascend. They have a Amy wasn't working out over towards B. Instead, Chanel getting aggressive. They've been playing a bit more forward for this choke.
I like the position from Chanel. Her ability to grab that kill and fade back. Drone. She could be able to post up on it. Has decided to face it instead. Caught falling back slightly. Paranoia landing. Dash used already to claim the space. Now BBL need another way to get into sight, and that's going to be the lockdown relied on. Is there a response from the side of Ascend? They don't really have enough to deal with it, and the shock darts in play, not enough on their own. TP to sight. Plant being stuck right after. They're very confident no one's going to walk out of spawn, and they're correct on their assumption. That's a plant in, a bit of site control, and a lot of main control. Somewhere that Jolina wants to fight for. Maybe pick up the straggler who sat out here on their own, but in fact, most of the team was there waiting. It's Ava to shut down Jolina. And Alkia to shut down the rest of Ascend. The Blade Storm coming into effect, finding its mark again and again with Vanya on another. It's looking like it's done and dusted in this round. It certainly is. 11-10. 2 more for BBL to win this series in dominant fashion and lock in their spot in Sao Paulo.
Throughout every single map, BBL Queens have excelled with their mid-rounding. The fact that they actually dedicate 3 players to watching outside of B main, expecting that Ascend, with the lockdown being popped, will try to actually take advantage of the fact that BBL biding their time a little bit, looking to try and sardine them instead, and the counter immediate. Now Ascend, they forced up into this round, Mitch. This is do or die. Ascend have to win round number 22.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. It's time to show up here and now, or BBL are past the home stretch. They're at the home front door. For now, BBL are going to be shifting it up. Look, they make presence on A, but they're not willing to just dive in and take the control. Instead, they want to look elsewhere. And it's middle to ensure there's no one from Ascend taking space. They've cleared that out, and now they rotate again. A lot of movement here, and Wen's left behind to catch anyone that might get too curious.
Yeah, they're farming up those orbs. Just knowing as well that Amy had shifted her setup away from B and towards that A site, since Chanel was playing a lot more forward for the choke, but going back site now. The full rotation here for Ascend. Timing on the other side of the map as well for the Killjoys.
Yeah, what's happening with Wens? She's still over on A. You have to wonder if the plan is to go all the way through. In fact, they're close on spawn. It looks like they might be fighting all the way in, and it's not gone according to plan. The last player alive on A, and even spotted by some residual KJ util. That's a tough one. And of all the rounds for BBL to take such an advanced risk, this one, it actually might have worked in some of the other rounds, especially where they dove back to site, played Boathouse. Instead, they've ended up in an unwinnable position. 10 seconds, everybody needs to peek, everyone needs to die, and it just ain't happening today. Big round from Hated the Most on the spawn hold. 11-11, still some life left in Ascend.
Eyes up.
We said it wasn't happening today. She did lose that 1v4, but to be fair, Wens was found in the exact same position on Haven, and she had a lot more time to play with that time, of course, right? But ended up taking all of those fights. You can see that Ascend have adjusted, not allowing those slips to come through, especially now that we're on map number 3. BBL still 1 away from match point and series point here for the grand finals of Game Changers EMEA. And calling this time out, they have a couple ultimates to deal with on the side of Ascend Rising and looking to discuss their game plan.
You have to imagine for Ascend that this is a very tough moment, a challenging one for sure. This grand final, the first time that they find themselves here within the Game Changer circuit as a squad, now having to not only win the grand final, do it in 3 maps in a row, starting here, moving on to Split, their choice, finishing on Pearl, a map they do not play. BBL, 2 away from closing this out, 1 away from a guaranteed overtime. There is next to no room for error on the side of Ascend. So many things need to line up for them to be booking flights in the coming hours. For BBL, they just need to knock over. It's not even the first domino, it's the last one at this point. Often the easiest. Seems like an inevitability.
That's the thing. It's also has not been two sequential rounds there for Ascend on this defensive side. Alk is already in towards straight after it's been cleared out by the Hunter's Fury.
The return didn't get them much. Some damage. Alki on 40 would have been very, very squishy to that Hunter's Fury, but it won't happen. She's tucked in, watching the left side, a player coming from the right, the barrel not spotted. Now it is as they turn. Alki does well to control that fight, but not well enough, leaving Alkia on 10 HP after sustaining 1 more hit. And now a thorn in the side of this squad, as she could be lurking anywhere, anytime. A second lurk here in the form of Wens. Nice cancellation. No drone for them on the way through. A lot of info lost. But now they've gotten it. A player on site and a player in spawn. Alki is shut down on the flank. The B side is being committed to. Wens, though, the second flanker, not expected. On the back side, Schnell needs something. She has to go huge. These players swinging into the angle, and it's Ava shutting her down, following up with more. A final nail in the coffin. If they can eliminate Amy, they're at least guaranteed that overtime. And a victory still possible. Amy's third of the round, but the backstab is coming in. And there it is. Wens making her way around through main, finding Amy, and finding a 12th round for BBL. 1 more to book their spot in Sao Paulo.
What a way to do it in style as well. The fact that this map started off 8-4 in the likes of Ascend. That's also what we saw on Haven as well. It was the same hot start on the first half of the map, then shifting sides, struggling more on that defense. Ascend, Svidovka got taken out early, so the null command didn't have any opportunity to be popped in that round, but Philippa gonna be faster to hers.
Well, they haven't lost a series this stage. BBL have been looking untouchable. But this time, they've lost a player on the way through. Philippa quickly taken back up, pulled up by her bootstraps as they look to take the A site and find that plant in. What's the response? Well, it's Jolina spamming in the smoke, eliminating Vanya. A big kill and a big player to eliminate on the other side. Someone that's done a ton of the heavy lifting for this squad thus far. An operator spotted up top, shock darts in, bouncing around, dealing damage, not canceling out the drone though. So there is still going to be information on the way back through. Well, they couldn't see with the drone, unfortunately, but that doesn't stop them from eliminating Philippa, and the dominoes start to fall in their favor. Overtime locked in.
Ascend keep it alive for a little bit longer, but at the very least, we're going into the next one off the back of a flawless here for Ascend, and on the half where they found much more success there, Mitch. Also, having all of these ultimates half charged, I'm curious to see if we will see that kind of prioritization, maybe going into Svidovka, trying to get that null command up now into the OT. But right now, I mean, Ascend, again, they still haven't been able to chain together any rounds since the second half.
Well, if ever there was a time to remedy that, it would be coming in here. 12-12. Another chance for Ascend. And they've done well. A very strong battle. As I said, BBL, this stage, have only been pushed to 8 rounds on this map. That's the worst it's gotten. They've been untouchable. And now Ascend are starting to strike some fear into their heart. If they weren't already 2 maps up, it might be a different story on the side of BBL. We might wonder about the pressure, about the meaning of this map and what it could mean for the series. But as we said, the dominoes have already started to fall for Ascend. They look to put a stop to that. And it's here on their attack with a very slow OT. You can see how much respect they're giving their opponents here.
I mean, but look at BBL's positioning. They've got 4 players towards this A site. Ascend are walking straight into them. Not quite into A main, playing very far back as well there for BBL in case that quick rotation was necessary towards B, but they very much so trusted Wens to anchor solo. After pivoting back, information garnered with that 0 point slows down this push.
Yeah, it also gets BBL into new positions. Having seen that there's players outside of A main, you see Philippa drop down, you see the nade go through, and soon we're going to have the trigger for Ascend to dash in. There it is, already on the site. Good kill to start. Vanya caught off. A flash to the right. Philippa swinging, but she's blind. Not able to get much done. The spray wasn't decent, but it's hated the most. Answering every single mistake of BBL with a bullet to the head. Wens has to clutch it. She's found one. They know exactly where hated the most is. Right down below. The drop is in, but Hayden's got it. The ace to put Ascend ahead for the first time in a long time. And this map could be theirs with just one more.
The problem, though, Mitch, is the fact that Ascend has struggled on the defense. That was a strong round for them. But hopefully, this momentous play from Hated the Most, the IGL of the squad, will be just enough to push Ascend over the edge. This is terrifying. Timeout to be called here from BBL Queens. They want to close it out early and as soon as possible. Ascend, they're just still trying to keep themselves afloat here in this best of 5 grand finals.
Yeah, but they're doing a damn good job of it. Sure, a round like that might, in regulation, if they had lost a bunch of offensive rounds and won that one, I wouldn't be inspired, because a player getting an ace, it's not going to happen every round, and you need to rely on something more fundamental than that. But here in OT, your back's against the wall, that's the kind of performance that's going to light a fire under the rest of the squad. It's going to put you right back in the driver's seat. And I think it's almost a good time for BBL to call that timeout, just to let things cool down on Ascend a little bit, because that squad's got to be feeling good about their chances now. Just one more needed, and they'll be extending this fight to split their map pick. And sure, they don't play Pearl, but who knows? Like the analyst desk was saying, there's always a chance, and we've seen it before, where teams pick up a map that they haven't played before and they'll can reel.
Catching them off guard.
Love it. They haven't spotted her in the corner. Oh, that's an awkward fight for Speedovka. One you really want to see her win. Now they've got B.
The fast flank as well. I think had the paranoia not slowed things down, Ascend were looking for a very early fight. Find another. Equalized 3-3 now. Aldrone doesn't spot anything out quite yet. Philippa tucked in. Ava though. Big, the wall bang. Huge from Amy.
Shutting down Ava in these late stages of the round as well. Oh, what an important facet to your victory. Flash out from Philippa right side, but Hated wasn't blinded. Used the flash as a contact point, and she's got another round for the squad. A double kill to close out Ascend, as Ascend bring us to map 4. Finally, and of all the maps to do it on, the one where BBL have looked the best. An incredible statement from this squad.
That's got to feel good, especially with your IGL leading the charge in that regard. But we've got to see what split has to come here for this team, and if BBL can close it out, or if Ascend will take us to a 5th map after this short break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about Valorant fundamentals.
Sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
Ascend, they get themselves on the board and deny BBL Queens of that championship point. For now, I'm your host Yungsu and I'm back here with Kakuka and Ender. Honestly, Ender, you said if it was anywhere that Ascend can get back into this game, it was Ascend, so I feel like you might have manifested us going to a map 4.
Hey, look, they got into that OT comfort zone, and you know what HTM hates the most? It's the 3-0. She refused to lose this game. She absolutely woke up, delivered on this map, like insane clutch performances. The ace in OT, also securing the final kill in that second round of overtime as well. She was on fire in this game, and it comes versus a Vanya that just dropped a casual 30 bomb on the opposite side, so that was stiff competition.
I mean, that's just a normal day in the office for Vanya, but I love that we're talking about Lada here because her performance, not even on this OT with that beautiful ace that she got, even on the attack when she was getting the opening kills, some crazy things that we were seeing. Ascend taking 5 rounds right off the bat. They decide to start on the attack, and again, another map that is going to be defined on the attack. It's going to be a very long day for them if they want to turn this around and take it home, because this is just a very small stone in the path that they need to achieve today to actually manage to get that ticket.
Yeah, and we got to talk about the fact that Ascend, talk about comfort zone, 100% win rate, Kakuka, when they go to OT. Basically, BBL have to make sure that they don't allow Ascend to go to OT.
Yeah, exactly. I think that they were confident that Ascend was going to be...
That's a couple extra bullets!
Yeah, well, you know, that happens. She was just making sure that she was there. You never know. You never know. Honestly, with BBL, you never know when they're coming back. But really, very happy about the performance. Very happy also to see them give us a little bit of that balance that we were talking about during today. A little bit of extra explosives round. For example, the last one that we saw on that OT was them just doing a crunch, doing a little bit of that, you know, cheeky things that in some cases they cost them a couple of rounds. I remember Mitch saying that in the matter of 3 seconds, they lost 2 rounds very quickly. You know, there were so many things that actually went wrong for Ascend, and it didn't matter. They got it to OT, and they got the map for themselves.
I'm actually glad you mentioned that, because there is a world where Ascend might have lost that map, and Ender Spidovka would have to live with herself with the memory of the round that nearly could have been a 9-9.
That was so painful. Like, Spidovka, if you were watching, she wins out in the clutch, but because the Killjoy Molly was placed on the grass instead of the stone on that A site, you can't actually see the circle of the range, and I think she just got lost in the moment, stepped into it. That would have been so tragic. I'm actually so glad for her and the team that did not end up happening, because yeah, that would have been a disaster.
A tactical win, I think, a tactical win. But let's talk about the IGLs from both sides. We have some stats here from Lada, hated the most, because Aska said in his interview earlier, you know, Lada has stepped up massively as a leader, as an IGL. We know Vanya has almost, you know, MVP caliber of play in her under her belt even. But Kakuga, it's nice to see Lada be able to get a leading from the front in terms of kills as well.
And to me, really, it's not only about the kills. Great performance, as I was saying. 5 first kills, 0 first deaths. She was on top of her game while calling the strats. And to me, it's actually the improvement in the mid-run calling and actually, you know, reacting to some of the things that they were saying, actually balancing out with being aggressive and taking more space, being faster, just taking a little bit more time. As I said, many times it went wrong, but it doesn't matter if on the next round you can just move past that, focus on the next round, and just keep going.
And honestly, like, I think the game plan for Ascend coming in today, we talked earlier about sort of the difference stylistically. Ascend usually like slower to open up rounds, BBL usually guns blazing, Alkia's flying in there. I think Ascend made the conscious decision today to do way more aggressive pieces, especially on defense. We saw it all over their Haven defense. We saw it all over their Ascent defense here as well. This is not a team that is just going to let BBL play their style. They're going to combat you immediately from the start of round. And I think that, well, yes, it did go both ways. That's the nature of the game as well. And they were able to pick themselves up, just like you said. And when it mattered, they got those round wins. The hard thing is going to be stringing that together for not just another map, but 2 maps in a row if they want to pull this reverse sweep off.
Yeah, let's talk about that next map, because it will be split. Chrissy, you seems to be the oracle of the death so far. You know, every time that even yesterday you were like, no, Falcons are going to make it back, and they did on Lotus. So what's your take here on split? Who's taking this one?
So honestly, I am slightly leaning towards BBL. I haven't been fully impressed with Ascend's split, but I do think they showed improvements compared to 2 days ago. Yesterday, it looked better. I still really hope that on defense, we see them take more aggressive control over mid-space, and also play a little bit more looks towards the A side. I think they have a habit of playing on the floor, on A, bunkering down on site, and that really exposes their mid and their A heaven. And I think BBL is a team that will identify that and absolutely abuse that with ramps control, dive into vents repeatedly round after round. So Ascend need to shore that up on their defense. Also on their attack, I think they were a little bit readable. A lot of full-on 5-player hits for the team. So I think slowing things down, ironically, after we say they've been playing faster, but playing a little bit more defaulty initially and then throwing in those full-on hits here and there would be a better look for them overall to not just be as readable versus BBL.
To me, actually, the biggest concern that I have is something that you were mentioning, Ender. It's the fact that maybe they don't get too caught up on the idea that they have to be aggressive, that they have to go for those duels and kind of, you know, break the morals, break the heads of their opponents, and trying to play more of their game than their own. I think that there's something that they rely on a lot, and as you were saying, I need to see more splits on splits. I need to see them, you know, having those mid-round calls that are actually the difference, because I still think that on those calls, BBL is still the favorite, just because they have very, very hard shooters. On the same note, I'm looking at Amy yesterday. Even though we know she's a brilliant player and she has proved it thousands of times, yesterday she was sometimes not being that lucky with those lurks. But I think that that is a group of effort, and that is going to change today.
Honestly, no matter how the early game goes, wins on Split. If we take a look at the last time she played Split for BBL, honestly, Chrissy, it just felt like she could just take on the world.
Oh my god, she was so good. Like, the clutch moments from her were just insane. Like, this match should not have been as dominant as it ended up being for BBL. Just multiple 1v4s for her. Vanya as well did some really nice dancing around this B site. And ironically, I've seen Vanya clutch from the position that Wen's just was in like 4 of their split rounds as well. So on the attack, Ascent definitely need to be clearing behind Sign, because BBL love to play back there and fight into very early on the B execs.
And if it's about getting onto the side, I'm also honestly looking at Eva and Felipe. I was saying it before we started up with Ascent, and I'm saying it on this map as well. I think that Eva is having a brilliant performance as well, and they're a little bit of the unsung heroes, because obviously we just see the utility on the floor, but we only remember the name on the kill feed. So just, you know, keep in mind that, as I said, it's a group effort, and the fact that it's so brilliant to see these little pieces and this here and there is, you know, it's part of all of them.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit nervous because obviously Ascent, they've done the grind, right? They went to the lower bracket, they played way more maps than BBL have so far in this playoff stage, and I feel like they've had enough reps. Aska was talking about how the more we play, the better we seem to be doing, but BBL on the other hand, this is probably the longest series they played in months, in literally months. So are you guys concerned at all about their stamina?
I mean, the only person that I could be a little bit more worried about is Wens, because we were talking about her inexperience within the team and at all. But I think that with the support that she has around her and how everybody seems to be in the same page and how close the last map was, it was an overtime and they could have perfectly closed it. I think that, you know, she's going to be on top of their game. And if, you know, if Aska is right, and the longer they play, the better they get. I bet that by the end of this day, they will be the best players in the EMEA.
What do you think, Christy? Would you agree?
I mean, I can see it happening. To me, the stamina conversation is tough because obviously, like, you can't really know what's going on in their minds. But it's so important that, like, over the course of 4 or 5 games in a day, but also just over the course of 24 rounds in a game, like, literally the simple things, right? Being aware, like, breathing, as ironic as it is, like, moving between games, just making sure that you're, like, actually fresh when you're gonna play over 100 rounds of VALORANT in a day is so vital. And more than that, it's about having players on the team that can recognize, like, hey, it's been 16 rounds into this game, someone's looking a little shaky, hey, Amy, breathe, whoever it ends up being. Just like, you have to have a player in that position that can notice that around them, have to be able to step up to the task, because otherwise you can realize it's too late already and you're jittery the entire time because you just actually are not fully in the moment.
Honestly, I'm a big breathing fan. I'm a big breather enjoyer.
Oxygen is crazy.
It goes hard. It goes hard. But what about you two then? Any predictions?
I breathe.
Here before we hit? Well,
I tend to breathe sometimes.
I like to hope so. But how are you feeling going into this map? Who do you think will eventually end up taking it? Kakuka, I'll start with you.
I want to take it round by round. I want to say that, but then it gets so crazy. Like, we've had so many crazy bonuses already right after the pistols. I like that decision of the teams to just start off so strong and try to snowball. Like, it definitely shows a lot of resilience coming from both of them. But I think that on the mental game, if things get too aggressive, I think BBL will take it.
Christy?
You know what I'm breathing in? It's not oxygen.
Hopium?
It's hopium. It's hopium. Yeah. I'm a believer. Ascend. They just had the OT. HTM. Could you not just feel it in her veins there at the end? Oh my God, stealing that away. They should have won map 1 as well. We should be sitting 2-1 in favor of Ascend right now. They're gonna fight all the way back here. They're taking split.
Yeah, and honestly, I think if we do go to Pearl, it would genuinely be the last time we see Pearl, not even just in our region, but maybe in the world comparatively for a long, long time. So
I mean, in EMEA, it doesn't really make a difference because it's not like anybody plays.
But before we get into that, let's take a look at the agent to select for a split. We've had one change already today, but it doesn't seem like we're going to have another change here, Kakuka.
No, the difference is going to be on the duelist, as we are seeing here. Alkia that is going to be playing on that jet, and Schnell just relying a little bit more on that combo and that, you know, extra mobility that is going to be having. For the rest, the support is going to be the same. Of course, eyes on Jolina that I think still is having a very good tournament, and Vanya, of course.
Yeah, 100%. I do think that when you're playing Cypher as opposed to the Viper, it makes it a little bit more challenging to do like team sort of lurks up into A heaven, which was the sort of problem area, I think, for Ascend. So as long as they can do good scouting cycles of their sky around Wenz's Cypher cages, which you only get the one charge of as opposed to the Viper wall going up and down consistently, I think that Ascend should be able to sort of like fix that problem in their defense just with good Viper cycles around the Cypher lurks.
Well, the desk is split here. Christy, you're going for Ascend. Kakuka, you are leaning towards
Ascend.
I want to know what Mash think about this. Mitch and Ash, who you got taking this one?
Thanks, Sue. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. You know, I almost feel like Ascend, now they've broken the mold, right? They've already been in 2 BO5s, lower bracket BO5s this year. Stage 1 and Stage 2, both of which were 3-0s against them. Now they've got a map, so why stop there? All 3? I'm with Ascend. What about you, Ash?
I think that this is tough. I think that when we look at the statistics for BBL, they've had much stronger showings on Split previously. And I think that Ender made a really good point about cycling the timing for that reconnaissance coming from each TM on that sky. When we see her playing on that sky, we often actually see her once we get later into a half being a bit more of like a solo lurk player on the sky instead of using her util for the team. Instead, it's Spadovka that really looks to set Schnell up. And that's a bit difficult because all of that information that you're actually finding, you're not actually taking space off using it.
Well, we're going to have an aggressive start to this. Dash out from Alkia, avoiding that paranoia. She falls, or at least avoiding the consequences of it. And she falls back to the site. A little bit of control over heaven. Players dropping down, giving them space, allowing Ascend to occupy it and take some duels onto the site where there's sheriffs in play, where the range advantage is tangible, but they're not stopping there. Ascend are moving to the spawn of the defensive side. They want to attack all the way in, but Philippa stopped them. She has some support. 2 more players at her back. So they realize the weakness is here. They'll move to the site. They'll isolate them. Alkia alone, and actually still getting 1.
Still getting aggressive though. The dog just in time. Concussed on Jolina. She comes out on top. The concusses, they've consistently been seen as buffs here for your opponents. Down to 1v2 here for Spadovka. Both sticking together, looking to take these gunfights and winning it out. 1 HP for Philippa at the end of that round, and she opened things up for BBL. That flash in towards defender side spawn to find the advantage in that initial fight.
Yeah, combined 15 health as well between those final 2 players. An incredibly fine line that separates the 2 teams in the opening round, but it is BBL that come ahead. Now in a position to get their full investment up. Spectres all across the board with a little bit of an advantage. And I like the idea. I think a lot of the time, especially with the flash out of the smoke, you are going to find a very favorable result from making that kind of a play, that hyper-aggressive triple push into spawn, but there were just too many players there. It almost looked like BBL were ready for it with a firing squad lined up on the angle.
Yeah, they were so quick on that rotation, but heading into round number 2, it's really nice to have this trip broken right off the gate there by the Trailblazer.
They've also spotted that second trip from getting a little, well, maybe not. Went up and over it there. I thought that might have been a massive advantage, but it wasn't triggered, so there was no follow-up to it. Now, Ascend don't have a lot to play with, just pistols. Very weak ones at that. 2 sheriffs in play, Amy and Jolina. Certainly the players you'd want to have this kind of weaponry up their sleeve. That's an even fight up against Alkia. Here they come. The sheriffs around the corner. And they're claiming the kills. That's a nice one, but it's not a huge upgrade for anybody just yet. And everyone else on BBL has those fully auto Spectres to work with.
Yeah, look at the way that BBL are also just positioning themselves, anticipating some more of these aggressive looks coming out from Ascend, waiting to see if they'll continue to push straight through spawn. But we look at the spike in the hands of Spidovka. She's still waiting alone here in A main. Ascend are just waiting to see if BBL will look to take the time to re-clear the cycle of the smoke back up.
30 seconds left.
Raptors here had actually hell for Ava.
Yeah, it's not an ideal range to take that fight on. The Sheriffs actually do have an advantage, right, when you're Spectre backside. The rest of the kills, though, cleaned up very, very quickly, as expected. And the loss for BBL, it's not too great. I think most of those players have Sheriffs as a backup weapon, so dropping that over to someone like Wenz is optimal, I suppose. In fact, giving a Spectre to Wenz is situational on who. I suppose it does make sense for Philippa to be the one with the Sheriff, because you won't be fighting a lot. At least not until your teammates have already dueled and your utility was at their back. Ascend don't have full rifles, and this is their chance to at least put that round on the board. Relatively clean. The bonus for BBL, it's not too strong considering only one rifle.
Yeah, I mean, that was the save with that initial pistol there just for Alkia, allowing that buy up to come through. Takes that aggressive look, but Ascend, they're not even willing to fight it, knowing that it's a possibility back onto that 4-1 split. The time for BBL to actually push through. Very deep angle there for Amy to try and catch the timing on this rotation.
She's done well. Finding one and getting out is all you can really ask from her in that position. Vanya on the site, swinging around. The flash was good. No conversion on it, though. Vanya eventually finding one, caught teleporting, and actually ends up getting one. The fake completely caught them off guard. Unwittingly drew them into Wenz, who ended up getting caught. A valiant attempt. Now Vanya moving forward with the Sheriff, having dropped the Spectre behind. There's a weapon to be retrieved right there, and it's recovered. She knows that Amy might be trying to flank. This angle is going to be cleared. Amy caught off guard. A third kill. And now this gets very scary. Still full on HP. The one thing going for the side of Ascend, Vanya is only one player. They're going to spot where she is as she makes her way out. So now the information is there. There's no need to peek unless you've got a teammate beside you. Very well handled in the late stage in the 2v1 from Ascend. And it's a round on the board. But, you know, Ash, we talked at the start about how they only had one rifle. And that rifle actually got spotted by Amy, right? That almost taken down. That one rifle should have been a kill, maybe two. The damage here is pretty significant.
Yeah, it really is. The fact that it goes down to just 2 players on the side of Ascend, that means that we're going to have to sacrifice for light shields on the team going into this next round. No super big ultimates coming up quite yet here for Ascend Rising. Might be looking to continue to prioritize the Sky ult in that situation. BBL, they're pressing the issue.
Nice shot. Alkia in and out just that quick. Spidovka gone. That's a lot of utility to remove from Ascend's util belt right at the start of the round. And in a round where they've invested quite a bit. 3 players unable to buy for the next. This could be a big blow for the side of BBL. Now, the thing is, right, you find opening duel, but from there, the decision has to be pinpoint. They've gone for a B-side play. Philippa just playing contact on the angle, able to fall off very quickly. And a camera covering heaven. A pretty passive stance. Oh, and the timing is perfect. They stood right on the gap. A clean and, well, very easy kill for Philippa. Didn't even have to adjust the crosshair. Just a reaction shot. Now the advantage is huge for this side. Big mistakes needed by the side of BBL to give this one away. And Amy not even able to support. The utility keeping her back for a moment. Philippa and Vanya both solid. They know exactly where Jolena is. There was no way out. BBL right back on the scoreboard.
The protocol there for B-main so nice, anticipating that initial fault line from Ascend. Spidovka using it to try and push off this aggressive B-main angle. But they just sidestep it on the side of BBL. Then you wait for Philippa to set up for one of her own. And that's when Alkia goes for that initial swing. Finds the first, and it all kind of falls apart from there. Lack of information. I'd like to see Ascend going for a bit more ramp control, I think, going forward. There isn't really much that BBL use to keep A heaven, especially after that mid presence is shown. You should take out the cam, put that additional pressure on.
We'll see how they navigate these later rounds. There's certainly going to be adjustments to be made. This judge from Schnell, it's a great idea for catching players off guard. But BBL, as we can see, are quite passive. Last round, they weren't really playing up in heaven. This time, Ava's there because they haven't got contact, and they've pushed up inside of B main to get a huge amount of control. So at this point, there's no need to overextend. They know there's going to be players around here. The camera further confirming that. They will destroy it. I was wondering. It was up for quite a while after. Hoping it wasn't going to get another reveal up in just a little bit. But, okay, Flash. No follow-up to that. No possibility of it, especially with the cage up. Flash out from the other side. Oh, that's an awkward Sky Flash. Ava blinding her teammate, but it's worth it. Sacrifice made to the Valorant gods as BBL come out there with a nice, solid lead. 4-1.
Wonderful. It's great to see how
All Wens and Ava across the board in that last round. Schnell with that first initial one as well, just so nicely played. You also saw Vanya, she actually threw out the smoke towards Heaven spawn, and that left Ascend with the only option to be popping out of a Heaven. Really nice job to just use the utility to try to corral them into place. Now shift back over for Ascend towards this mid control, but look how aggressively BBL are looking towards it.
Oh yeah, gonna be quite a aggressive stance. No, in fact, you know, flash out, nothing to follow it up, and the players from Ascend filling in space towards B main, waiting for aggression, and they've got the read, right? This is definitely something BBL were looking to do, is get aggressive in the early round. Just they've picked the wrong spot of the map to be looking for it. And now as the dog goes out, trailblazing the B site, they're gonna realize that it's wide open, and good night to you. Good trade though. Philippa realizes that running will do her no good. The only choice was to take that fight and at least make it a trade. And an ultimate where you trade life for life, it's not that bad. Thing is, Raze has already done her job, claimed space, gotten the team to the site where now they're planting. The teleport, the shrouded step, heard but not quantified. They don't know exactly where that player's gone. And with Jolina falling, things start to heat up. The BBL side has the advantage. Will they hold on to it though? No, they won't. Left down to Wens, the flash, good! Just about catching Wens, but not in time. It's all on Amy. Having to go in and take down Wens, who's defusing, who's seen defusing, and another pulse just about to come in. There's the swing, and a counter swing from Wens, but not on time. Amy got in there to confirm the round, locking it in, and putting one up for Ascend.
What a way to do it. Things got chaotic on site as well. Vanya, she's been throwing these more unconventional smokes, that one towards Pillar, just to find space on the left side of site and give that opportunity for the remainder of BBL to work around it. Nice attempt there from Wens, but they need to clean things up. A much needed round there for Ascend, especially with how much their money has been dwindling. A Rolling Thunder is available into this round.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder on this map as well. There's so many narrow avenues for both squads. Indeed, for the attackers getting in there, obviously it helps out a ton. Typically on that B side, we're looking at A though. Maybe a play towards Heaven about to transpire. I'd love to see that double blast pack play out of Schnell, taking Heaven control on the back of a stun or something similar. I'm sure we will get to see it at some stage throughout this matchup. For now, it's going to be a much more tame approach. Contact, shifting up, and looking to take some space. Rolling Thunder on the side itself with two players in Heaven. They're ready for this play. They might be able to cut up these players just a little bit. Divide and conquer. Wens already on the double, and they haven't found Philippa on the site. And what a timing on that swing. Oh my. This is starting to fall apart for the side of Ascend. Not a single kill when the final bullet is fired.
BBL have been just consistent in locking down this A site. The fact that they've only found actually round wins over on B. Wens has been a thorn in their side, able to just full on lock down A. And for Ascend, I think also it's those 5-person pushes, right? The analyst desk was talking about it as well. They don't really leave themselves with any additional opportunities or any additional information to really go off of. And no pivot away even after Schnell does get caught up, because they're like, okay, well, she's got the timing. She's passed all of that Cypher utility. They just don't expect to be melted from ramp.
That's the thing. You know, I have to wonder if that was a call, if that was an adaptation they made on purpose, knowing that there was a chance that Rolling Thunder could be used, that the site would be target. The thing is, you know, in some ways, it's often you could see it used towards Heaven. You could see the stun blast pack play. Like, there's a lot of punishes that they open themselves up to by being so close on that corner, but it worked out perfectly. I almost read like a book. Either that or it was a coincidence that was very lucky for BBL. Now sitting at 5-2 as the defensive side builds up round after round. We have to wonder, you know, what can we really expect from Ascend in the coming round? They've got no credits to invest, essentially.
Oh, this is a nice.
Yeah, no money, alt economy, all used up in the last 2 rounds as well. And Alkia's finally got that operator online, and they're about to walk straight into it.
Alkia a little slow posting up on the angle. It might benefit her. Second player through. Maybe not going to expect her to be. You can see the jump peak. They're definitely ready for it. You can't be much more ready for that. I don't know what you can do. You get hit. Speed off, what, second time in B main that she's going to be dropped? Now you've no breach to break your way through. That's a little awkward. They're tunnel visioned and Vanya's able to catch him by surprise. Oh no, that's not a good kind of surprise. It's not like a birthday. It's a nightmare that's unfolding on this site. And for BBL, okay, the smoke so they can maybe get the spike. Even then, so many risks to it. Jolina, though, has a good read. She had a very good read on what they were going to do to try and get that advanced angle. But again, with a Sheriff in hand, you're just not winning most of those fights. This one, with 3 players on the other side, I think we'd have to call a pause and check Amy's PC if she was to win that. Another flawless one from BBL, and the credits now are going to be very healthy for this defensive side.
You can't not check that left angle with the Trailblazer when you're pushing out of B main. Like, that is a must clear every single time, especially when you've got a player like Vanya who is going to take every opportunity to post up on those close quartered positions, so aggressive even on that defense side. And again, Ascend now back on a buy, back over towards this A site where they have yet to find any success.
Let's get set up.
So much to be done by the side of Ascend. The expectations were high, but look, when we look at the previous map even, you cannot count them out. This is a squad that will fight tooth and nail. They want to be booking their spot in Sao Paulo, but still quite a long road ahead of them to get that done. Reveals, not catching much. They get another chance in a second, especially with the paranoia slowing them down slightly.
That was a nice response to that guiding light. I ended up tagging one with the camera. Gonna be taken down now. Heaven Control had here, but look at the positioning of BBL. They're all crossed up here for the drop.
Oh, the blast pack out as well. Just so much space being taken. They haven't seen Vanya, but she'll only get the one. A rare occurrence, seeing Vanya only capitalize on 1 kill. And one that BBL can be, or rather Ascend can be quite thankful for. They've now got a plant and the advantage. And at long last, gained control over this. Hands back on the reins, and it's just Alkia left alive with an operator in hand. Yeah, she's making the right call. Get out of here, save it for the next.
Ascend don't even really have that opportunity to try and take it out of her hands either with how low their money is. It's just not worth going hunting in that situation. So freely recovered here. Ascend, though, I feel like, yes, that A push, it did work that time around. They were able to find a bit more success in Heaven in that situation. A lot more prepared for the cross when they were dropping out of Heaven as well. Previously, they weren't quite on that, and they had the read as well, using that, the aftershock there, in towards the back cubby of A, knowing that that's where Wenz has actually been posting up with the cam to watch it. Was really nicely done. So a good set play. However, if Ascend want to continue to earn rounds on this first half, they're going to need to find a bit more of that mid information. They cannot continue to rely on these burst executes on site.
At the same time, thinking about Ascend's history on this map, this stage, for example, they have always started on the defensive side, whether it be their pick or their opponents. So we don't really know the full extent of what those attack sides have to offer. But up against Rebels and KPI Shine, I mean, they demolished. They didn't lose an attacking round. Granted, it was 4 and 6 respectively. But the point being, we know that this is somewhere that they can do well in the start of the season. When you look at more recent games, it has been a bit more of a struggle on the attack, you know, putting up 5 against G2, which is altogether impressive, 4 against KC, and 3 out of 9 up against Falcons. Currently 3-6. Look, it's a good platform for them to launch from because they're already at their lower expectation, but you could definitely see them approach 5 rounds here in the attack. The only problem is that they don't get a free round. They don't get an eco out of BBL for quite a while.
Yeah, that is a really good point to be made. Meanwhile, they're constantly feeling that pressure, right? Consistently going for the light shield by knowing that they have to stretch that money thin for the remainder of this half to keep things going. And back over towards another ramp setup here with that fault line. Being ready for the push. A much more aggressive cam, though, coming out from Wens this time around. And watching for that choke point, they've completely changed the Cypher setup.
Looks like Ascend are going to avoid it, though. Yeah, they're not moving towards the site just yet. It's another Heaven play. Quite passive, as we've said before, from BBL, at least in the past. This time, though, Vanya's up close, and she is caught by a lot. They look to pressure in and crunch. And look, they at least get a kill for their trouble. That could have been very bad. Ava in that position especially, but only the one to be found. Look at that. A shutdown from Wens. Quick peek, and no one else able to take the trade. Spike to be recovered, and Ascend looking a little lost. They still have to decide on where they want to take it.
Yeah, and Vanya's already pushed all the way up. Jolina not going to be aware of it. The angle had missing at first, but not quite quick enough. Having that smoke being pulled out. Now it's all down to 1. Amy, Spike in hand, looking to rotate towards B. 1v4 situation's a lot to ask for out of this player. I mean, she is insane. Most likely will take 1 to 2 down with her while she's at it. But BBL, they've been very consistent ensuring that they're available for their trades.
Planted the spike.
Yeah, Amy, top 5 clutchers so far, but yeah, it's not quite enough. Not up against this squad. As we see BBL pick up another 7. You know, again, unless I see that 9-3, like at 9-3, I'm going to be very worried for Ascend. But if they can finish this out with 5 rounds, maybe 4, like 4 and a pistol. Let me put it, 4 and a pistol sounds about right. They could be in a great spot to fight back. But 3 rounds and BBL win a pistol, it's, you know, is really not looking that good. and you can make the comeback on the previous map, but doing it twice in a row, entirely different story.
It's totally valid. The thing they have to look out for as well now is that BBL have the read. I mean, they've changed their setup. Now going back to what they originally had done Wens, though. Not going to be playing in that same slot. Ascend, move back over towards this B site. Operator waiting once again. Alkia always playing off initially, knowing that that fault line might come out right off the gate, not looking to get caught out right away. But they're missing this mid control once again. And BBL, they took advantage of that in the last round.
Blast packs out, space being taken. It's only around the right side. We've seen this a couple of times, but Alkia's also seen it. She started to read and realize exactly what's going on. And a retake of that space gives them the site control, main control, and most importantly, the spike control. Now holding it down with an operator, Amy stands practically no chance in swinging into Alkia's angle, but she doesn't know that. Well, she does now.
Difficult round there for Ascend. They still have one opportunity to take one before we swap sides. Could be imperative to find it. That is going to be on a bit of a tough buy here. Light shields across the board and a couple of those eco rifles at that as well. But once again, they're left with really no options. I think also very much so over committing to that B push. Yes, Schnell was on site. They were trying to help her out, but you could have also gotten away with that into a 3v5 instead.
Well, with 8 rounds on the board, it is starting to get a little concerning for sure. Ascend, one more chance to put up a number on this attack side, to find a 4th, and at least give themselves the foundations, build something in this second half. Hopefully stop it all crumbling.
Yeah, much more traditional split this time around. The early presence, but no pressure being made. That's the thing, is BBL don't really have to worry about that mid backstab. It's always been a very late lurk, which allows them to feel confident in fighting much more forward for the extremities.
Well, the human recon dart used. It's time to take space. Getting down to the site. And Jolina has managed to sneak up behind. No one heard the steps. She was running. It was like a stampede. But this is one of the things. So much chaos on the site as they were just diving down that it's completely caught them off guard.
It was paired perfectly with Flash coming out from HTM, I believe, just to cause that additional chaos. Wen's a little peek with the camera, doesn't spot anything out. Very aware that there's player double stack.
All right, well, look, Wenz is, wall banging with the camera first, and now with the weapon. Stun going to go through, flash out. They look to seize the space. Paranoia not going to catch the players up in heaven, but, well, the triple swing certainly will. Flash around the corner to try. Ava, so good in these clutches, but the time is not on her side. In fact, I think it's already too far gone. With 2 players alive, that is a certainty. At least we have found that launching platform for Ascend. Let's see if they can close that gap. I think, again, the pistol is carrying a lot of weight for me right now.
That's for sure. To find an early closure as far as bringing it to even within 2, if they manage to win round 2 after the pistol, is exactly what Ascend need to continue to stretch this map the entire distance. The thing is, BBL have been on top of their pistol rounds for the most part. Ascend looking for that mid presence here in towards this first round. You've got a camera, I guess, for the initial point of contact. Amy will be peeking with that for Ascend so that players can decide if they want to take the fight or rotate off. But it's a lot of noise already being made here by BBL, anticipating the Cypher setup actually towards B.
Yeah, breaking up some of that util. Now look for this BBL squad. They're about to run into the entirety of Ascent. 4 players up close. Flash. Point of contact made. That stun, though, it has caught Hated the most, who somehow is able to survive and thrive. Speed off, getting the kill with utility after. And that comes as quite a shock.
Peek out through mid. Very nice from Chanel. Getting picked apart here for BBL. An overextension as well from Wenz. I mean, you like the idea because you're trying to find an early fight, try and even these numbers and bring it more to a close, but this time BBL moving together.
Yeah, I like it. Just grouping up as a team is sometimes the correct move. Use the blob, but it ain't worked out for BBL this time around. And Ascend have that foothold that we needed to see them with. As I said, that 5th round now locked in, the potential to follow up with more. Maybe can't ask for a lot more from this squad. For Ascend, the road is still long and paved with peril, but this is the start. And they're up against an eco. We see nothing from BBL, just classics. Shields on Vanya. And nothing else. All right.
Yeah. The thing is, they also have to still be careful. Not looking to get caught out, give anything over too early. We've seen what BBL can do if they do pick up one of those weapons if they're granted with an early pick. Already backing out of that B main presence, though. Wenz has been lurking towards mid, hasn't seen anything quite yet. We've got Schnell not looking to make any presence. That Judge up in B heaven, waiting for the flank. Just farming these orbs right now. That's the name of the game here for BBL. They're rotating. Actually, not all the way through spawn. Looking actually for this mid control. If they walk straight into Schnell, this could be difficult for them.
Yeah, I mean, a Judge in this position very rarely only gets one. Doesn't tend to pan out too well for the players on the other side. Well, the spidey senses must have been tingling as they're taking it towards the A site. A weaker position for the defensive side, but still 2 players on the site, and quickly those reinforcements are coming through from spawn. It'll be hard to isolate these fights. Oh, maybe not. Speed up is really close. Oh, that's terrible. That's a weapon picked up, and now Amy under heavy threat. Triple swung back site. They got the plans out of this.
30 seconds left.
This should have been an easy round. It was classics and 1 set of light shields. And now we've ended up with someone give Vanya the weapon. She's got light shields. Oh, no, it's Ava, actually. What am I thinking? You want Ava to have this weapon 10 times out of 10. A stun ready, and at the look, using it to just cancel out the nade already. Good to deny that space for free. Vanya caught by the flash, but that's okay. It was all for Ava just to convert that kill, slow them down even more. And Vanya now is close. She's going to grab the weapon on the way around. Maybe even more. Look at the HP. Oh no, the reload. Caught in the opener. That was a little awkward. Shots all around. It was like Pulp Fiction. But it ended up with a happy story of BBL picking up a 9.
Okay, my arms are good. Happy story for BBL, but not what you need for Ascend to continue with that momentum from that first half that they found pretty late on. This should not have happened. The fact that BBL are able to just kind of stick together and overwhelm those players towards A, it just changed that completely. Shifting the tempo in that sense, speeding things up for that execution. Ascend have nothing to work with. They go for information of their own outside of B. Svidovka, the sole player on this A site, inside of vents, just giving that information in those comms over towards the likes of Ascend. Calling for that rotation through. They'll try to go for a full pinch situation, but BBL, they're not going to have a lot of pressure already pushed in towards spawn. They know this flank is coming.
Yeah, that information is so locked in at this point. There should be players already in spawn, but very soon, if not already. Now they look towards vent. That's going to be the job of Ava to hold down. Not a player I'd want to be running up against. Wen's on the other side. Okay, she's in the open. She's stunned. 1 HP, but 3 to be exact, but effectively the same. That's a rifle retrieve. That's a big advantage for Ascend compared to where they were just a moment ago. Another kill for Jolina. This is starting to get a little scary. Caught out, teleporting up top. It's going to fall apart. Vanya's only got 1 more left to take down. Jolina, time not even close. But damage is massive.
Yeah, they really make BBL pay for that. A buy should still be possible here for BBL, especially with those weapons that were picked up. And it is going to be nearly full shields across the board on top of that. But not allowing BBL to at least amass the economy that they would have otherwise if Ascend can continue to roll through. Gives that opportunity to still try and like break their econ in a few rounds if they are capable of winning out this next anti-eco on the side of Ascend Rising. The timeout to be called here again. PBL, they really like to get ahead of their timeouts, using them very strategically to be able to be okay. What happened in that last round? What went wrong? We were up against a thrifty round for them, and how can we continue on with this lead that we've amassed?
Well, this is it. You know, the side of Ascend, you just look at the credits and it tells you the full story. They're all in. They're gambling on this round, and if it doesn't work out, they will find themselves by the wayside watching BBL steam through to 12, lock in an OT. Again, the next map up, you can't even think about that if you're Ascend. You can't even contemplate it, but the reality is they all know. They all know they ain't played it. So there's got to be some worry, but maybe they'll bring an element of freshness to it. It is what it is, but it starts here. 5 rounds, half that of what their opponent has to work with, and these rifles have to land their shots. Light shields across the board. Already, there's issues showing for this defensive side. Those issues are only going to multiply if this continues, if they lose this one.
Yeah, first trip taken out. The second not expected, though, in that little cross, but no one available to actually play off of it on the side of Ascend Rising. Again, going for that aggression. BBL are not afraid to push in towards spawn, cut off these opportunities for Ascend to push back in. Great paranoia to counter.
That's a really nice paranoia, but Ava, again, is able to just do the unimaginable. Sure, she gets caught fading out, but the advantage remains. Still a 3 versus 2. The flash out, and both of these players ready to peek. Philippa doesn't have any utility to work with, didn't. Rather, the stun just came back online, and it's going to be used. It's caught Jolina. She's teleporting. Okay, the Shrouded Step not actually detected in Philippa. She spotted her, but now the fight has to be here and now, and it's Philippa winning it out. A close round. But with Ascend's economy on a knife's edge, that might just be the killing blow. 11-5, and a likely eco / very low buy to come out of Ascend. We could be seeing the OT at a minimum.
That's a perfect flash too. Ava only found those two because of the fact that Philippa was there with one flash point out, just guarding her to buy that time and actually blind Amy in that situation. Back-to-back timeouts now. It's Ascend's turn to pull one out. BBL one away from match point, series point here in the grand finals of EMEA. And Ascend, with the bye that they have coming up, I wonder if they are actually going to force completely into it to just try and keep it from going to 12 there for BBL, or if they might choose to play for OT.
That's a really tough call. I mean, if you force it up now, you just saw that it was a very close round with some weaknesses, with light shields, with rifles. But if you force it up now to get those rifles, your utility is going to be lacking. Potentially, in some facets. You see, hated the most already, down to a Bulldog. Guardian on Amy.
Yeah, that's a good call.
If Amy keeps that Guardian, she won't... Oh, she has one trip. That's rough.
Find the weak point.
I mean, they haven't been doing too much first, and they've been... BBL's been pretty good at taking them out. So it's not that big of a difference maker, but now speeding up the tempo towards this B side. Seekers are out.
This area has been largely unchallenged for a couple of rounds. It makes sense that they want to take it here. Schnell, though, the first to find one. I thought that could have been Ava with more, and the damage was certainly done, making it easy for Vanya to trade over. The timing near perfect, but the stun has slowed Vanya down. Otherwise, that could have been Schnell in the ground already. The flank, though, hasn't been spotted or detected. Wen's up top, caught one, and a showstopper lands nothing. If it found something, the show might go on, funnily enough. With the showstopper for BBL as they look to push up to 12, would be finding both of these kills. Movement from both squads. Vanya up towards heaven, moving into mid, wanting to get down in vents, and like ships in the night, just a few seconds apart, you'll see this peek out of Ascend as they clear heaven, but it's too late. Little do they know that these players have moved to the other side of the map. Maybe that camera will be popped. You know, look at the position Cypher's in, though. You're not going to pop that for another couple seconds at least. Eventually. There you go. It's too late. They're already on site.
30 seconds
the
left.
Timing there, especially with Wen's now tucked away in ramp on top of that. The singular trick broken as well. They know one is playing on site at the very least, but it's planted for this heaven play. Wen's just has to buy enough time.
It's so nasty. And it all comes down to timing here on this peak from Wen's. Trap broken, there it is, and Wenz has got them both. A triple kill, spinning with glee. As 12 is locked in, giving BBL 7 chances to book their spot in the World Championship over in Sao Paulo. What an incredible achievement for this team so far. It's not over yet, but it's close.
Oh, and it's the fact that this previously the substitute player on BBL coming in with so much consistency for the team, as well as a Sentinel, complete rookie player. Sure, she's been on the team for a while as that substitute player, but now moving on to the main roster, she only had a couple of games of officials under her belt. Spadovka, early peak, Rolling Thunder canceled. Why do you swing wide there with the ultimate?
Yeah, that's a big mistake, and I think you start to see, you know, fatigue late on into the day. It's been a long set of games thus far. Wenz, oh no! After everything she's done so far, the consistency has just fallen off in this round. But will it even be enough? Alkia is still popping off. Left on 16 HP, but a Blade Storm used. Paranoia ready for Vanya. It's caught them all. They're blind and in the open. Vanya's safe. Back on the site. Ready to double peek. A flash primed and ready. Philippa hasn't even got it in her hand. She's just going for spams in the smoke. This game is feeling like it's over and looking like it too. Undefeated in this stage. BBL have locked in their spot, going all the way to Sao Paulo. They are the best of the EMEA.
They are absolutely incredible there, Mitch. They went in grand finals up against G2 in stage 1, where they fell just short amongst the queens of EMEA. But now a new queen reigns here. Mitch, this was an incredible series. BBL playing lights out.
Oh, it was so much fun to watch this game. Like I said, BBL's attack side has always been a joy to watch. Seeing them think on their feet so quickly in so many of these scenarios, it's mind-blowing. And I think they're going to be a serious contender over there in the World Championship. I'm so excited to see what they've got planned.
Whew, well, welcome back, Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, you guys. Yeah, I can't believe it. BBL, they finally done it. I think after the year they have had, Kakuka and Ender thoroughly deserved.
Yeah, completely. The fact that they managed to close this last season with a completely flawless result, having dropped, you know, a couple of maps here and there, I think it says so much about the team. The performance also that we have seen from Wens this last map. We were doubting, is she going to be in form? Is she going to be able to take the length of a best of 5? I would say she is more than ready to go with BBL to Brazil.
I am so sorry I was muted, but I was saying a lot of really nice things about Wen. She's insane!
Yeah, she's great. She's great. I cannot wait to see her on LAN. Like I said, this is her 15th ever official, and in December, she's gonna be playing her, what I assume her first LAN as well, which is gonna be absolutely incredible. This is the thing, you guys. I think all year we expected G2 to be the one representing us in Brazil, but did you guys expect BBL to be going as well, Kakuka?
I mean, I think that despite the surprises that we might have had coming from contenders, I think that the consistency of either BBL or Ascend was definitely going to show up and was definitely worthy of that second slot. I think that for BBL, also being now the 4th ever winners of Game Changers here in EMEA has to mean so much. She's literally almost the perfect closing for a year. Now it's all about, you know, think about Brazil, think about how you can improve, how things are going to change, and I cannot wait to see them take the stage.
I also think it's about the trajectory that they had over the course of the year, because you remember back in stage 1, they kind of shocked everyone when they got those first wins over G2 that were coming off of the championship themselves, right, in 2022. So all the hype was there, and at the final hurdle, it didn't deliver. Stage 2, a disappointment for them, but they regrouped, reset in stage 3 to see them go all the way and live up to that promise from the first weeks of stage 1 is a beautiful fitting end to this EMEA season. Now it's the next stage for them.
Yeah. Also, I gotta say, Turkey, they finally won something. I know they went to Tokyo with Foot, but they've never really lifted that important trophy here in EMEA, and this is their first one. And what a way to do it. You know, they don't call them BBL queens for no reason, Kakuka.
Yeah, exactly. I think that also knowing that they have the support that they have from the rest of the country in their backs is something that they really appreciate. I think that it means so much for them, so much for the community, and it's so well deserved after so many group stages that have been flawless, but then losing a little bit of that power when it comes to playoffs. Now it has all come full circle.
And I also want to say, before we move on to the next section and some interviews and stuff, I think it's time for us to award our VCT EMEA Game Changers Season 3 MVP, which I also think, in my heart, is probably the MVP of the entire year. And that person is my IGL. It is Vanya Ender. What do you think about her earning this MVP spot?
No doubt in my mind, it goes to her. I don't know how she does it. Like, from leading inside of the game to just doing so much on the smoke scroll, from the fragging, early round fights, late round clutches. She is so damn crisp with it. It is amazing to see, and it's been so consistent for her all year long. She is the player to look at, to fear for all the teams that are going to be facing off against BBL at the Game Changers Championship. Vanya is the difference maker.
She's just hyper productive. We're talking about how she IGLs, the smokes, the frags. Literally nothing can throw her out of her game. She's always on top with the calls, with the smokes, always getting the headshots, which, you know, is a stat that we don't really like to talk about because of many facts, but she's always delivering so crisp. I can tell you the amount of dedication that Vanya has to this game is on a different level.
Yeah, very well deserved. I also think the fact that we get her at LAN is going to be really interesting. You know, how is Vanya going to compare up to the players of V1, for example, the players of Team Liquid Brazil? I'm
how
super
are they
biased.
Going to compare to her?
That's what I mean. I'm really biased about this. I think they're going to get a nasty surprise when they go up against the Turkish girls. What do you think, Akuga?
I think that's going to be the case. Now we have to see how everything unravels on stage. We always have this question at the end of the year. I remember last year everybody was like, oh my God, Cloud9, they're amazing. They're going to win everything. And of course, us coming from EMEA, we were, cheering for our girls, which I think is completely normal and natural. But then it all unraveled in a different way. Everybody was like so convinced C9 was going to be superior, and they didn't even make it to the final. I think that in Game Changers, we're always, up for a surprise.
I do want to quickly shout out Ascend at the end of the day as well, because they played a phenomenal tournament. They finally broke out of that third place shell, made it to this finals here, had so many close maps throughout it, from 2-0ing G2 in a couple of overtimes to today winning out in that Ascent game that I don't think anyone thought was going to go their way towards the end. Haven was super close to start it off. I think they have so much to be proud of over the course of the year as the most consistent team in EMEA.
I'm sad now. Now you've mentioned how it's come to an end for Ascent. I am super sad the fact that they worked this hard and improved this much. They don't get to go to Sao Paulo. However, I think it does show, Kukuka, the level of competition in the EU is not to be underestimated.
100%. I think that, we were happy to have this finally, to see the likes of BBL going up against Ascent, because I think both teams have grown so much. Ascent has overcome so many steps, rocks on the way, through, changing the roster, changing how they are approaching things. I think that they have to be insanely proud of themselves, just as we are. And I think there is a lot of people looking up to them because they, are proof that hard work pays off. Okay, they didn't get the win today, but yesterday was a very long and intense game, and they managed to close that one out. I think that whatever comes from this team in the future is going to be good, and we will be seeing them again.
Yeah, and the bracket has finally been completed. We started with a lot of great teams here in EMEA, and it is BBL that take that massive #1 spot in the end. Like you said,
it's actually just physically larger than the other ones. It's so big.
I mean, look at it.
The Queens are taking the crown.
But it is the crazy thing, right? Because even with Guild last year when they dethroned G2, I think it was long time coming. Again, for this time, for both Ascend and BBL, whoever ended up winning, it would have been a long time coming. And with that, it means that BBL and G2 will both be representing in EMEA, but Ender, BBL will be the first seed, which means they will probably dodge the likes of V1 if they are able to get the first seed, and a Team Liquid Brazil as the tournament starts.
Yeah, dodge them early on and set up for much more hypes later on in the tournament. I think that BBL has a lot riding on them going into this tournament. I also think that you can never discount G2. G2 is permanently the best second seed team of any region to enter 10 events. They won it last year as second seed. They're always going to be a threat for the top teams around the world. So EMEA looking strong heading in. I just hope we can get some time to practice Sunset and Breeze.
Oh my goodness.
They had to give us some kind of disadvantage after what happened last year. It's like, how is your top, your second seed actually this powerful? So, they decided that we needed 1 month less to be able to prep and actually show this map. But it's just, now the EMEA teams are just going to be on the lookout to see what they can do in the map, and always coming up as a surprise.
Yeah, I think this is going to be the interesting one, right, once we get to the cross region stage. But I think we could probably theorize a little bit. We're just preparing an interview right now with one of the BBL players, but I do want to theorize a little bit of what you think will be our biggest advantage going into that land in Sao Paulo, Kukuka. What is it that we got that they don't got?
Well, we have Fania. That's for starters. I think but for real, yeah. I think that they are not ready to what it is like to take a full Turkish team with the amount of firepower that they have in their hands. Even if everything goes crazy, it doesn't matter, because individually they're just going to be on another level. I can say the same about G2. I mean, it comes off as no surprise. Petra, Mimi, I think that they're literal legends already of shooters, and I think they just will never be ready for us.
I think also we got G2 goes, and that helps.
Yeah.
But I do have an interview right now with someone from BBL. I believe it is Felipe. Oh, welcome back. First of all, when I spoke to you a few hours ago, you hadn't played this grand final yet, and now, Felipe, you're the champions of EMEA. Congratulations. How does that feel?
Thank you so much. I don't know what to say. Like, we were waiting for this for a long time, and it's amazing. Like, we don't know what to feel, and I'm so proud. Like, we made it as 5 Turkish players. Yeah.
How important do you think that is for you guys to make it as the first 5 Turkish players? By the way, the first 5 Turkish players to win anything. You guys are literally the queens of Turkey.
Yeah, like in any game, like I guess we are the first one, as you said, and I don't know, like I'm so excited. I don't know how to explain, but it's perfect. Like I love all the support we get. Thanks for everyone who believed in us. Like, I don't know, I felt it coming like before I even played the game. Even though things didn't go the way I wanted, I knew that I'm gonna support my team and they're gonna make it somehow. It's perfect.
Yeah, it was a great best of 5 for us to watch as well. I wanted to ask you how you came into that split. What was the mentality like? Because I think on Ascent, maybe you should have won. Maybe this could have been a 3-0. So how did you manage to win split so cleanly?
We reset our mental, I guess. Like, we talked before the match and we were just having fun. We thought that we're gonna play a game and we're gonna have fun. Nothing's gonna happen. Like, if we even lose, it's okay. Like, but if we win, we're gonna be the first Turkish team that could make it ever happen. So yeah, we were comfortable. Like, no one was nervous. I didn't feel it.
Yeah, I can't believe Wenz wasn't nervous either on that last map on Split, which is really, really crazy. But before I pass this over to Kakuka and Ender, I wanted to ask you, of course, you're going to be going to Brazil. We're very, very excited for you to be representing us. What are you most excited about? Are there any players, teams you want to meet, you want to play against?
Yeah, first of all, G2, of course. We love them so much. We want to face them, and we're going to be there together. I'm excited about the flight, because it's gonna be my 3rd flight and it's a long distance and it's gonna be the hardest part for Brazil.
I love that. I absolutely love that. But Kakuka and Ender, do you have any questions for Felipe?
Yeah, actually, regarding what is about to happen to you girls, besides the flight, which, everybody has to undergo, is a small price to pay. What is going to be the plan from now on to there? Because, there are things and, a couple of maps that you can prepare, if you want. Of course, you don't have to give us that specific, but how is the preparation going to look for you? Like, have you already thought of this plan? Have you already talked about it before this win even happened? How are you going to prepare really for Brazil?
We're going to take a break, of course, but I don't think it's going to be a long break. We need to work even harder. We all know that. And everyone is putting effort. We're going to put even much more. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be it's going to go like we wanted.
Christy?
I love it.
Any questions?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say if there was anything you wanted to say to the people that supported you along the way or encouragement for how much you're going to destroy in Sao Paulo, now's the time to do it.
First of all, I want to send my love to my mom first and every supporters. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm so excited.
It's okay. It's okay. We have absolutely loved watching you play.
I want to say it again. I want to dedicate our win to Gizem Harmankaya, who is also known as Louis. Probably most of you know. We're never gonna forget her, and we're so happy to win this.
Thank you very much, Felipe. Thank you. A beautiful message as always. And I think my last question before we let you go is, of course, like you said, you are very happy for 5 Turkish players to qualify to be representing Turkey. I think the other teams of the other regions will be watching. They would have watched this grand finals. They would have been like, "Ooh, what are these players about?" Is there anything that you want to say to them? What could everybody else, internationally, the players and the fans, expect from BBL Queens at LAN?
I think they're gonna be surprised because they're gonna be the first one to face 5 Turkish players, and we will be ready, but they should prepare even harder than us. Yeah.
They don't know what it's coming.
I love it.
They don't know what it's coming.
I love it. yeah. I love it. I think you got to show them how it's done. Thank you so much, Felipe, for joining us. It's been a great pleasure to watch you play this year. Best of luck in Brazil. We will all be cheering for you, and we can't wait to see you in Sao Paulo.
Thank you so much.
All right. Everyone else has got to prepare for them harder. I think I would agree to that. I don't think the teams that have never faced Turkish teams, you guys know as well as I do, they're definitely in for a surprise.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
The second they load in and it's like, all right, round number 1. All right, team, let's set up for that A exec.
Yeah.
It's 1:38 on the clock and Alkia is already behind us. What?
Why is she in our spawn? Like, what is going on?
It doesn't make any sense.
It is definitely going to be great. Thank you very much, Kakuka. Thank you very much, Ender, for joining me as well. Thank you to the casters and everyone else that had anything involved, and all of the players, everybody at production. You guys, the fans at home, for tuning in and supporting everyone every single day and week. We're going to be back next time in Sao Paulo for the Game Changers Champs. Make sure you bring your support, BBL Queens and G2 Gozen. But before we close everything out, please also enjoy the Prime Gaming highlights. And we'll see you in a few months.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
And that is a wrap. Woo! Very nice year, everybody. Very nice year, everybody.
And Wentz has got it. All 4 kills.
Enemy kill. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike down. One and oh my god, Vanya again! Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
And dance, you know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance.
Bye.